Waiting on this. Good morning, everyone. We are live now, so if we can go ahead and get started. And Mr. Nelson, if you remember, you are still under oath, so,
Yes, I understand.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I can have just a half a minute, just for the record, we want to make it clear that we have not agreed to the time that we put down, but voluntarily, but since the commission ruled they wanted to finish today, we had to figure out a time way. That's what was worked out. So we agreed to the process that we adopted, but did not like the having to give the city, in effect, even at the end of the day, 3 more hours than we had on presenting things. But thank you for letting me make my record.
Okay, thank you.
One last little bit of housekeeping. I would request that if I'm indirect and the other party is going to make an objection, that time for us to discuss an objection and get a ruling not be counted against my time or be counted against the party who's making that objection.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any problem with us doing it that way? And do we have this on? Thank you. And with that, I'm ready to presume. Oh, wait just a moment.
Okay, one thing that we would like to kind of bring up, that there was a lot of badgering last time, and, you know, it'd be preferred to not bring up anything like that today, so.
I missed part of that comment. Don't bring up what?
Badgering,
Oh, of a
but
witness?
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, we're ready to resume. Mr. Nelson, remind the commission of your name.
Mark Nelson.
Where we had left off, we were about to get to one of our last 2 frames, but I want to come back to this particular issue in relation to the data. What I've asked you to pull back up to remind us is in the data that you reviewed, we're looking at 2 screens right now up on the big screen here. Please remind the commission what is on the left and what is on the right, if you're looking at that.
So what is on the right is Google. We're using Google Earth, and we've imported the KLM files of the data that we retrieved off of the USB thumb drive. And so you see one has 586, the numbers all over it. The other does not. We're referring back to that KLM structure that does not have that name field in it.
So to be clear, the one on the left that says 586 all over it, that's a data positioning point that tells us that's unit 586. Is that correct?
Yes.
The one on the right does not have any numbers on it at all, does it?
No.
And the data set that created that picture, we received straight from Conway Police Department?
Yes.
And did you modify anything in relation to that data?
No.
Is it missing data such that you would have a number?
Yes.
Now, I asked you to assume that the data that we received was not tampered and that it was accurate. And if we could go to our braking screen one more time, braking and acceleration. How did you create this particular?
Excuse me, counsel. I do have a
Yes, sir.
question, though.
Yes, sir.
Who-
Do you need the last screen?
Yeah,
sir?
go back to that last screen. So we know that's 586 on that. Who are you saying is
That's Brittany Bird's 504, I believe the number is.
on this one right here?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. That has been given to us and told that it is that, correct? In other words,
Yeah, on the
data-
file itself, it says 504. If the file wasn't, if the file didn't have that as a name, I wouldn't know what unit this came from.
So when they put that on that USB in a file folder, they labeled the file folder such that we thought it goes
The
to Brittany
file
Bird.
itself, yes.
But is any of this data that's on this one with no numbers, does any of that identify that for you as Brittany Bird?
No, I assumed it was due to the labeling of the actual file itself.
Okay, so we assumed that their information provided is correct, but you can't tell us just looking at this data.
No.
Commissioner, does that answer your question? Okay. And looking at that data then, tell us how you came to these conclusions about braking and acceleration, sir.
Using the KLM files, we imported into this acceleration and braking, creating a visualization, but there's math that's behind it that's creating it.
So when we're looking at this visualization, you started with the idea of these are 2-second interval GPS data,
For the most part, yes.
and then we looked at when you look at that data, you calculated speed and that sort of thing between those and the distance, correct?
It's a little bit more complicated, but yes.
And I have to have it simple for me, so hopefully that's okay. When we looked at the data that has those particular points, most of them are 2 seconds in between. There might have been some that were 3, some that might have been 1.
Yes.
In relation to that, did you calculate the distance and then the speed based on those differences?
Can you repeat the question?
You calculated speed based on where those data points were using the longitude and latitude.
Yes.
And when we take that data, you've used math and calculated a program to use data to get to this.
Yes.
In relation to looking at these materials and your background as law enforcement
Yes.
in the past, and you've had training in defensive driving,
EVOC training, yes.
EVOC training. I'm always saying it wrong. Have you formed an opinion based upon that and what you've calculated with braking and so forth, whether it is consistent or not with law enforcement training?
Using the KLM files that I received, putting it into the program, this is consistent of how driving to a scene would be, where you have coming up to some corners, a little bit harder braking, obviously, coming to intersections, hard braking, so you can make sure that you're not going to T-bone somebody. Yes.
Once you created this software, did you look at other officers' KML files?
Yeah, because it has to be reproducible and verifiable. So yes, and I can pull up somebody else's if you would like.
Let's do that for just a minute. And before we get to that, I'm seeing formulas up here at the top.
Yes,
I'm gonna say-
those are formulas that were used.
Okay, so when we say distance formula, we've got both Vincentine,
Yes.
I can't say that right,
Yeah, Vincentine.
and Haversine.
Haversine, yeah.
Now, why does that say spherical behind Haversine?
Because most people don't know what a Haversine is and why we should use it.
And why should we use that when we're talking about spherical?
Oh, because you have to calculate the GPS points using a Haversine sign. Unless you have a different theory, then you can use the other formula, and they'll actually come out to be the same, more or less.
But we use spherical because the Earth is a sphere.
Yes, we use it because it's a sphere, and to find it on a sphere, you need to use a formula like this. Yes.
Okay, now if we could go to, let's do Autumn Smith, please, Officer Smith. And if we can zoom in, because I realize hers covers more of a time frame than,
I'm assuming you want me to do where the verifiable points would be that I
yes,
said earlier.
you discussed that you then took your
So-
created software and applied it to a different officer to make sure that it's verifiable and reproducible.
Yeah, so Autumn Smith's camera turns on. It's about that 30-second delay where the lights come on and it goes back. So right in front of Central Baptist College, she had to turn her lights on. And we see this in the video where there was a car in front of her and she's trying to get around that. And this is that data point that you can see right here. And you can actually see that in the video as well.
Right, and I think that we saw that earlier.
Yes, and then there's another verifiable point, and these are just verifiable points. I believe, and I would have to look at the video, but I believe there was a white car right around here that she had to get around on getting onto Maple.
Okay. Right, thank you. And then we had our last slide. So you created just yet another software.
Yeah, it's another software.
Tell us what you created and what does it show?
It's a little bit more simpler. And so what we did was we took all of the GPS points and we've actually just labeled them. And we did this actually by hand on this one. We took the spreadsheet and we just started calculating point from point all the way through here. And this is actually from the medium coming out, exiting the parking lot on Central Landings, all the way to entering the grass surface. So you'll see, and I refer to it as 1950. The front wheels hit the grass at 1950. So this tells you, using a 4-point moving average, and that 25 miles, the reference point, and this gives a visualization of that reference point. And,
So-
but
Go ahead.
but during Detective Kennedy's testimony, he didn't calculate it this way. So may I show you that?
Well, I have a couple of questions if we could pause
Oh.
right here. First off, is there any data, you included every GPS data point?
In this one?
Yes, well, from the median
Yes.
to the grass.
Correct.
You
From the
didn't
median.
leave out any data point.
No, then you would be skewing the data.
If we could scroll down just a moment, so okay, that's good. I wanted them to see, first off, we've got a checkbox for whether we include it or don't include it.
Mhm.
So you could remove some of these data points if they wanted to see from a different,
Segments, yes.
and then we have a points. When we say points, are we talking about the data points?
Yes, that numerical is just because in the KLM file, it's just a marker there. And so this is like a reference point that we use to build it. So I could go back and see.
So the KML point, that's what's listed here
No, this is the calculations, but
on the points?
yes, this is the
That's directly
GPS
from the
points.
KML file.
Yeah, the manually, yes, that we took
Okay.
it out.
So between, say that very first one, between the data point 313 and the data point 314, that's 25 feet between those, which is our next column.
Mhm.
And that gives us the marker that it started,
Mhm.
the location, and then the speed for each one.
Mhm.
And then that tells us moving average. Is that telling us
That's not
between?
moving, it's just that skewed, my software skews it
Okay.
because we're pulling it in. So it's
Between those-
the intervals, that's the intervals, the 2-second intervals.
All right, so between those two data points, 313 and 314, there was 2 seconds.
Mhm.
She went 25 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we can come back up. I'm first seeing a blue dotted line. And what are you referring to there with that reference?
Detective
dotted
Kennedy said that her average was 25.3 miles an hour.
Right, so you put that on here
Yes, it's.
as a reference point.
Mhm.
And that's simply from one location to another, and he did time over distance.
Yes.
Does that give us an accurate depiction, though, of her driving?
Absolutely.
The blue dotted line does not.
Oh, the blue dotted line, I thought you were referring to the orange.
No, we're going to talk about the orange. Does the blue dotted line give any reference to her driving?
I'm not really sure if you could restate the question.
Okay. The blue dotted line, does that tell us anything about how she drove?
No. I mean, she drove above 25, using a 4-point moving average, she drove above 25 miles an hour.
Okay. In other words, he made an assumption, and it doesn't tell us anything other than how long that he thought it took to go between a distance.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, the next line up here is orange, and it is all over the place. So tell us what that is.
That's the actual driving from the GPS data,
All
the
right.
4-point moving average.
Now, let's talk again. Why do we use a 4-point moving average?
Smooths out the anomalies, but it doesn't overly smooth out the anomalies, and it doesn't under smooth the anomalies, which means that, and smoothing is a really bad word, but it's just a framework. So you use a 4-point moving average so you can get a snapshot into the driving in this case, in the 8 seconds intervals.
Right. Now, when we say anomalies, what are you referring to in the data?
So there are some raw GPS data that shows that the speeds are at like 76 and higher miles an hour on one data point. I don't believe that she was going. I believe that was an anomaly. Autumn Smith is going 174. It's an anomaly. They're in the GPS data. On comparing those two, I was just comparing those two. Yeah, there's some.
Some things that the GPS data says that might be in error.
Correct.
Now, do we include those anomalies when you're creating this software and trying to get an accurate picture?
Yeah, you can't just drop them because they're part of the data set. Then you're skewing the data set.
I know you've also been a forensic investigator. Do forensic investigators change data?
Absolutely not.
Do we delete something because we thought, maybe not?
No.
So you included all of the data in relation to your orange line that we're looking at here.
Correct.
And looking at that, I'm seeing that at the very top, we see total points, max speed, and total distance. Tell us about that.
So we're using the 99 points, obviously the distance. And the reason I skipped maximum speed is because that data point, I believe, that shows is an anomaly at 75.7 miles an hour.
Well, and if we'll scroll back down, you included all of the data points starting from the median. But if we were looking at Officer Kennedy's testimony, where he came to a calculation now of 2 minutes and 14 seconds, is there data points that we should remove?
Yes.
Right, so if we could do that. He talked about the roundabout and then between Central Landing and 6th. Or was it
It was
exiting?
exiting the
Okay.
roundabout.
And
And
then,
then on Maple, so I have to go all the way down here. From,
I think it's going to be a little further down when we're getting close to 5th.
there we go. Yep, the curve at 5th.
So that's when she encounters traffic yet again.
Correct.
Now if we can go and look and see how that changed. At this point, does the orange line change?
Yes.
And, I mean, just a little bit further up.
When you say up that way.
Yeah, I wanted to see
Yeah.
again the distance, speed, and points.
Mhm.
Does that include those two anomalies?
Yes, the two anomalies that I believe, yes.
And so that's a total point, GPS data points, 63 of them. What becomes the maximum speed at that point?
It's still 75.7 because that anomaly is still in there.
Okay. So the distance changed, the points changed, but the speed stayed the same. But that includes two things that are anomalies. Now,
Correct.
why do we include the anomalies other than forensically it's the right thing to do?
Because you're going to skew the data. I have no way. I believe that it's anomaly, but I have no way. If you're saying the GPS data is accurate, then I must include it to give a full picture, but using maybe context to say, okay, that is an anomaly. Those two may be anomalies.
Okay. I wanted to look at our original dashboard. Again, to look at the time to travel between 3rd Avenue and 1st Avenue. I think it might be on our first dashboard.
Bring to this one.
No, the very first one, where we created our, where we can look at GPS and see between 3rd and 1st.
Can I unhook? I have to probably go get it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
While he's looking at that, can he give an average speed or is he just giving top speed?
I'm going to let him answer that.
Okay.
So we can give, when you say average, are you talking average over the whole data set or average just in between those? We use a 4-point moving average to smooth out those anomalies, and so it gives a more accurate picture. If you just say, for example, give an average over it. So if I was going from here to Little Rock and I'm going 70 and there's a car accident and I'm sitting there for 15, 20 minutes, it's going to skew my data set because I've sat there because of an accident, because it's pinging every 2 seconds. So it's a skew. It's not a real representation. So I use the whole data set. But if I did, like when she was sitting still at the parking lot, it's showing 0, 0, 0, same data point, but we still count that in the average. Did that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I get it when it stops, but there should be an average, I would think, because she is driving at some speed from the time she gets in her car till the time she gets at the median.
Yeah, and so that's when we did the 4-point moving average.
So you started it when she got into her car, not when she got on the median, when she moved in the parking lot.
The whole data in that overlay that I used in the beginning I did do the whole data set. Yes, correct.
That's what we're about to put up on the screen.
Uh,
But in relation to what we just talked about and the braking and acceleration and your last one with our graph, it starts at the median.
Correct.
And then when we did the last conversation about Lieutenant Kennedy with his 2 minutes and 14 seconds, he talked about traffic and he started it as she exited that first roundabout at Central Landing and First.
Yes,
So
that was
that-
his calculations on when he was sitting here. He said that it was 2 minutes and 14 seconds because he only counted the roundabout all the way until she could traffic. He said it was unfair to do anything else.
That answer the question? All right, thank you.
It's going to take a hot second to log in and go get it. I'm being blocked by your IT people.
While they're working on that, I'm going to move forward with a couple of other questions. If that's okay with everybody? We've been advised by the other side that, by their attorneys, that they have an expert or somebody that they're going to call in relation to some of this data and that company. And let's see if they need you for just a second.
Okay.
In looking at the data that was provided to us, or I'm going to say reports that were provided to us, there was a set that was given to us right around the time we even started in August. But then yesterday evening, we got, or afternoon, we got another set that was some pictures and some conclusions. I asked you to look at all of those materials in relation to one another. Can we talk about those now?
Yes.
First off, in noting two different pictures and data points that were given to us between the last time and last night, did you note any different data times for the same points?
Yeah, I have a diagram here.
Okay, we can pull that up. Now that says Dixon at the top, that's who we've been told is going to be their witness.
Yes.
In reviewing these data points, tell us what we're looking at here.
So I just picked one data point, but you can see from the old to the new, the data point times have changed. And I'm not referring to like 1900 and 7 o'clock. I'm referring to the 30, in 30-ish seconds that have changed on their time frames.
Was there any explanation as to why there would be difference in even seconds for data points?
I'm assuming,
No, I'm not asking you to assume.
okay,
Was there any explanation in the materials that we were given, that I gave to you, that explains the difference in those two time signatures for the same data point?
no.
In the materials that were sent yesterday afternoon, I noted it says 5:04 when it is discussing raw data. Did you see that location, or did you see that sheet?
Yes, I have it in front of me.
In any of the data that we were supplied, did it ever have 5:04?
No.
Do you know if we're looking at the same data?
I can't tell because things aren't making sense to me.
Finally, there was a last page with it where they came to a conclusion about maximum speed. Did it remove the highest speeds from the data set?
I have an image to explain.
Okay. You'll do it better than me.
No, here a little.
Now, this is what was supplied by Mr. Dixon.
Yeah, the blue boxes with the purple arrows, that's my overlay.
Okay.
So the two blue boxes in the purple is my overlay from his original chart.
Okay.
So the first data point that I don't see on here, is this data point right here. And that's the GPS coordinates, and that's at 76.15 miles an hour. The other one is, I'm going to zoom in here a little. See, it is on the sheet here, but it's not labeled, and that's at 63.5 miles an hour. That data point right there. There's another data point that is, right in the purple, and that's that data point right there. And I was trying not to mess his images up or.
Those were left out or are in error in relation to his picture?
Yes, to what I see, yes.
One thing I wanted to point out, when we got this data in the KML files, I'm going to refer to this as Bird and then everyone else they pulled. Because not everyone else was pulled, right? But the ones that we have,
Correct.
in relation to everyone else that was pulled, how is their data different than Brittany when we're talking about time?
Well, the two sheets that I just showed you earlier, the time is off by 30 some odd seconds.
When we're talking about our original data, which we're about to go to,
Mm-hmm.
and you got these KML files,
Mm-hmm. Oh, so yeah. The other thing, and I'm assuming this is coming from the from the database directly. It says 1945. But when we look at the KLM files of the other people, it's 5 hours earlier. And then they said that it was UTC time. But if we're looking at data from the database, it should all be the same. Like it has to be systematic. I'm curious, and maybe I don't have certain answers why hers is right at the exact time and the others are 5 hours early. It doesn't.
let me ask it a different
Yeah.
way, because I'm simple.
Yeah.
I readily admit it when it comes to data. I have to do my homework. Do we have one being in UTC time and everyone else being a different time zone or a different time data set?
Yeah, they're in UTC and hers what appears not to be.
Okay. And when we talk about that time signal being different, I kind of think about it like a typewriter. If I push A, shouldn't I always get an A?
Yeah, if you're using Word or something, the user expects when you type A, H should appear. It shouldn't, another letter randomly shouldn't appear. It should be systematic.
So if systematic, we should have all of our officers and all of our cars on the same time system when we're talking about UTC or the other time zones.
Yes, that's what I would have expected.
And in this case, you didn't have that. At a minimum, we have some that are on UTC and some that are on a different time zone.
Yes.
And how that played out was Bird shows 1947 something, everybody else's says 14.
Correct.
Is it just the hour that is off, like 19 versus 14, or is there other time differences in that original data?
I don't recall any of that, but I do recall the 5 hour difference.
Okay.
I mean, the other thing, if we're looking at just the data set, it would be the number, the 504 isn't in the data set, and everyone else's is, which is, again, odd to me.
If we can look at our original screen now, I think you have that pulled up.
I have a question for Mr. Nelson.
Yes.
Does anything change the fact because the other officers' GPS was working because they were activated versus one not being activated?
I think that's a systems. In other words, you'll have to get somebody on the stand to know how the systems, but if we went with that logic, then we wouldn't have any GPS data for Ms. Bird then. I'm assuming you're referring to the lights.
Yes.
Yeah, so then if,
Actually, the emergency equipment with the lights being on and the time running. So if there was no activation from Ms. Bird's vehicle, would that change those officers' time being the same and hers being different?
again, that's a systems, I'm assuming it's coming from the AVL system that goes back to whatever CAD software they're using.
I remember Mr. Kennedy saying he used UTC because he did have that time, and that's why I was asking that question.
Then my question would be, how did they get the GPS data?
All right, thank you.
So to piggyback off that, I guess my main question is, with what or Lieutenant Mr. Kennedy, what he testified as time of when the call came out and when she got to the park itself, or is there any discrepancy in time? I know we've talked a lot about speed, but I mean, because does she radio that, I'm gonna use some police terms here, that she's on scene, or does she do any of that? So is there any discrepancy in time?
It's that original 30 seconds that are, so I'm not assuming, and again, I'm assuming that's not part of your question. I only could look at the data sets that were given to me, the KLM files, just the raw data, no changing of anything. Again, you would have to get an expert that on the stand that says something about that. But my assumption would be, if you have the AVL system working and it's going back to it, it would still do a UTC time. It wouldn't do dead on the money. I apologize for that term, but it's the 19. So it's and the reason I say that is because I used Autumn Smith to look at it, and her GPS data we have from her not turning on her lights. So that's where my assumption is, that the lights, the activation of the lights and the GPS are independent. Did I answer your questions?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
And thank you for that. I think that adds a question for me. Lieutenant Kennedy did say that Major Clay Smith had synced some data for Bird. Did you ever know what data was synced or changed when we talk about time? The UTC versus the other. Do you know whose time got changed?
Can you repeat the question one more time for me, please?
That was a long question. Lieutenant Kennedy had said that there was UTC or something like that was synced. And my question is, was that Officer Byrd, or was that somebody else's data set that was synced?
I don't know. When that question is asked, I don't know their processes behind the scenes, but it doesn't make sense. Then why would you not systematically follow that with everybody? Again,
Well, I guess it comes back to your forensic training. Do we change data ever?
no, when we were doing cases of CSAM, when you have that, you don't change the data and say, okay, well, it happened at this time. You use that UTC time, and you don't ever change it, because then you're changing evidence at that point.
Right. In looking, let's pull up our original one.
I can't. They still have blocked me.
Oh.
Oh, great.
Mr. Nelson, as you're working, what I am trying to get to, and maybe you have a screen that you can refer to and still get the same information, trying to figure out the time that it took for her to travel from Third Ave to First Ave while she was on Sixth Street. So if that's a different screen that you can readily pull up or look at. We can now,
Is this the?
yes,
Okay.
if we can take everybody but Bird off, please. Zoom in between Third and First while she's on Sixth Street.
There we go.
Can you tell us the time that it took her to travel between Third Street and the roundabout at First Street?
This is just the 4-point moving average. I can pull up another program that will give you the times and stuff.
The very first one.
Okay. Very first one.
Yes, sir.
You use different terminology. I apologize. I have to go and get that now. I apologize. I thought you were talking about the 4-point.
I know this is more accurate, but the other one has our exact times.
I believe this is what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Is correct?
Yes. So the data point that's going to be closest to Third Street,
This is the data point right before 3rd Street.
that is 1947, 42. And then if you can give me the data point as she got to First Street.
Right before the roundabout, you're right.
Sure.
Okay.
At 52 seconds, so 10 seconds to go from Third to First. Is that the answer, sir?
Yes.
If we had wanted to calculate the average speed for that distance, then the calculation would need to be between those and us take those longitude, latitude, and the seconds to travel that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And with that, I'm going to pass the witness. My time would stop.
Morning, Mr. Nelson.
Good morning.
I'm going to take my watch off. I'm giving us 20 minutes, so I'm going to try to keep my eye on it. Let's begin with, we called it your PowerPoint, but I think you're saying it's the PDF, the slides that were originally produced. You with me?
Yeah, I don't have that with me. I apologize.
We've got it. You want mine?
I can I can try to get it real quick if you would like.
I think that Ms. Self can project it on the screen for
Okay.
us. Okay, let's go to the 5th slide. Okay, Mr. Nelson, you see this, you recognize this. This would be the 5th slide in the PDF that you sent. I think there are 42 slides. Does this look familiar?
Yes, yes,
And this is, you begin with this is your conversion, the conversion equation that you did, the 30-second delay between GPS and dash, et cetera. Is that right?
yes,
Okay, and you begin with the church video. Remember that?
yes,
And what you've got is 12 seconds into the church video. That's when Bird finishes her statement, multiple shots fired, turns and runs to her vehicle, correct?
yes,
That's 12 seconds into the church video, right?
yes,
And then you've got Miss Bird in the median at Central Landing on the church video time, 1 minute, 30 seconds into the church video time. Is that right?
Can you repeat that question one more time?
Sure. The church video, according to your calculations, we can just read it.
Mhm.
She turns and runs 12 seconds into the church video timestamp, correct?
Yes,
And then you put her in the median at Central Landing at 1 minute, 30 seconds into the church video, correct? It's your very first line, church video.
no, yes,
Okay, got it. Then you do the calculus, the 30-second delay and so forth, correct?
hmm
Okay, so just doing our simple math as you do here, you got dash cam 1946:00, multiple shots fired. You do your conversion. We know that then it's 1 minute and 18 seconds from the time Bird turns, announces the call, turns, runs to the video, gets out of the parking lot, and hits the median at Central Landing. That takes 1 minute and 18 seconds, correct?
yes,
Okay. And then you do your conversion and do the timestamp, the GPS timestamp of Bird is in the median at Central Landing at 19:46:48, correct?
yes.
Okay. So that then begs the question to me is what time was it when Bird finished saying multiple shots fired? And that should be a very simple math equation. We're just going to take 1 minute and 18 seconds and subtract that from 19:46:48. You with me?
Yeah, I have a multiple screens up, making sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. And so you can confirm that same thing. It's on actually your 18th slide. Location, each unit at GPS time, 19:46:48. And that's where you put she's in the median by the funeral home, correct?
I'm going to take your, yes.
Got it? Yeah. Begging the question, then what time was it? GPS time, what time was it when Bird announced, ran to vehicle? And so that's going to be a simple math equation. 19:46:48, she's in the median. It took her 1 minute and 18 seconds pursuant to the church video to get to that point, right? And so you just take 19:46:48, subtract 1 minute and 18, and that's going to put the time at 19:45:30, correct?
I'm going to take your, yes.
Well, actually, just go to slide number 6. It's your very
Okay.
next slide. And you actually put this for me. Location at each unit at GPS, 19:45:30. With me?
You said it's the next slide?
Yeah, it's going to be your.
Oh, I understand. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
with you. I apologize.
No, you're fine. You and I are working, I'm using your language and we're coming to the same conclusions. So it's 19:45:30 when Miss Byrd calls out, runs to vehicle, gets in vehicle, gets out of parking lot, gets to median at 19:46:48, correct?
Okay.
Do you agree?
Can you state that again?
Sure. Your slide shows us that Byrd, the GPS time is going to be 19:45:30 when she announced the call, turned to run to the vehicle, got in the vehicle, got out of the parking lot, got into the median. All of that begins with 19:45:30, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's go to your very last slide. It's going to be 42. And we're talking about response drive time. And Mr. Nelson, let you and me work through this on Brittany Byrd highlighted in yellow. You with me?
Okay.
All right, so the first data point that you've got is traffic park area 19:49:25, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what you're talking about is that's the time when she hits that traffic coming down off Maple on Divine.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you described it earlier, but I guess yes, whenever it was that you testified last time. It's that lady was doing like a J hook or something. That's
Yes.
when Byrd hits the traffic, right?
Yes.
And you got that time as 19:49:25, correct?
Yes.
And then you start the start time under your calculations for Miss Byrd. She's in the median then is your start time. That's the 19:46:48, correct?
Yes.
And so you conclude that it took her from the median at Central Landing to hitting the traffic was 2 minutes, 37 seconds, right?
Yes.
And you do the same calculations for when she actually got into the park. That's the end hit curb, correct?
Yes.
That's her actually physically getting into the park, right?
Yes.
And you got that as 19:50:02, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and then again, you're having her start time is when she's starting at the median at 19:46:48. Therefore, you conclude it took her 3 minutes, 14 seconds to go from the median at Central Landing to actually getting into the park, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's look at Autumn Smith right under that. And you got her start time. Start time is car/shots statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got when she enters the park at 19:48:52, right?
Yes.
Importantly, what I'm getting at is you start Autumn Smith at 19:45:30, correct?
Yes.
And we know that's when Miss Byrd is still in the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Murray, go down to Murray. You start his clock at 19:45:30, right?
Yes.
Watkins, you start Watkins at 19:45:30, correct?
Yes.
You start Kyers at 19:45:30, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you start everybody except Byrd at 19:45:30, am I right?
Okay.
You agree with me?
Yes.
Okay, so now let's just you and me do some simple math. If you started Byrd the same time you started everybody else at 19:45:30, when Byrd hits the traffic area at 19:49:25, if you started her at the same time you started everybody else, that takes her 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
Okay.
With me?
Yes, I'm with
Okay.
you.
And then if you start Byrd at 19:45:30, the same way you did with Smith, Murray, Watkins, Kyers, Lopez, and she enters the park at 19:50:02, simple math is telling me that it's taken her 4 minutes, 32 seconds to get from the parking lot, you add with a 1 minute and 18 seconds, to actually entering the park, right?
Okay.
You say, okay, do I
I'm saying
get your
yes.
understanding and agreeing?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I say that to bring out on the right-hand side, you do totals of, it took her 2 minutes, 37 seconds to get to the traffic, and it took her 3 minutes, 14 seconds to actually get in the park. but you're giving her a 1 minute and 18-second advantage, right?
No, I'm not giving anybody an advantage.
You're starting her time 1 minute and 18 seconds after you began everybody else's, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to, let's talk about the location when Pew calls out. That will be your slide 34. Remember talking about this?
I keep bringing up rooms, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and so this is again your slide. Pew starts the statement, quote, car with gold rims trying to leave. That's where shot's coming from. You do the audio time, 1948-17, but you use your conversion method, right? To
Mhm.
come up with the GPS time. That's 1947-37, correct?
Correct.
And in your top, you at 1947-37, you put Bird at .338, which is on 6th Street between 5th and 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when Pew calls in car with gold rims, it's clear to us Bird is not in the parking lot of the funeral home, correct?
Yes.
If she said, I was in the parking lot when I heard Pew calls out, your own data tells her she's mistaken, right?
Yes.
Okay. You've talked about tampering has been an issue. And let me kind of work the way I understood your testimony from whenever it was we were last here. You ended up with 2 USBs of the GPS data, correct?
Yes.
The first one you got from Angie Bird, right?
Yes.
And you went, don't touch it, leave it alone. And then you yourself, I guess pursuant to a Freedom of Information Act, I really don't know, but you yourself go to Conway PD and go, I want the GPS data, correct?
I requested the second thumb drive, yes. Well, I requested them to retrieve it, and I was personally going to pick it up.
And you went through the routine of, this is evidence, put it in a manila envelope, sign it. It's the chain of custody law enforcement thing.
Correct.
Right, and it's to protect the integrity of that data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You originally did a forensic review of USB 1 that you got from Angie Bird, right?
Yes.
And then you did a forensic analysis, a forensic review. You looked in to USB number 2 that you yourself personally got, right?
Yes.
And the data matched.
Yes.
There wasn't any difference between USB number 1 and USB number 2, right?
Correct. Well, when you say there was any differences, can you make a statement? Because there were differences. So are you talking about the KLM files?
I'm talking about the GPS data that was
Okay.
contained on
If we're
the
referring to the
USB.
GPS alone, I didn't know if you were referring to the 22 files that were deleted or not.
Yeah, no, I'm just making the point, there was no discrepancy between the data that Ms. Bird originally had and the data that you went through the process of to get
Yes.
and secure.
Mhm.
Correct? Now, you did testify on direct examination about some anomalies, some oddities that you saw in the data. Now we're referring to, I guess, your analysis of USB number 2. You remember
Yes.
that?
Yes, I do.
And let's look at your slide number 2. And I think, Mr. Nelson, this is what you were talking about. You found it odd. On the left-hand side of the screen, top 586-timestamp-cdt-labeled-a-smith.kml, right?
Correct.
And then the one on the right is frankly the file structure for Bird, right?
Yes.
One of the oddities that you pointed it out is just the name of this folder. You noted that Autumn Smith's says timestamp-cdt-labeled, correct?
Correct.
And you found it odd that on Bird, it's 504 timestamped and the word labeled is not in the title, correct?
Yes.
And you found it odd that in Autumn Smith's, there's a subfolder that has name on it. This is where our red line is.
Mhm.
And you did not see that in the file structure for Brittany Birds, correct?
You're not, it's not a subfolder. That's not what, it's an actual structure inside the XLM.
The file structure.
Yes, it's
Got it.
part of a file structure, yes.
Yeah, and I got it. Your testimony was, I found that odd, right?
Yes.
And I think today you were talking about, you found something odd regarding UTC time.
Well, I'm referring to that the 504 file is right on 1945. We'll just start it at 1945, but that 19 and the others are not. There's 5-hour difference at UTC time.
Yeah, and that's the fundamental proposition. UTC time is 5 hours ahead of Central Daylight Time, correct?
Correct, yes.
So it's 9 o'clock here. UTC time is 9, 10, 11, 12. 1. It's 2 p.m. UTC time, right?
Correct.
Okay. Regardless, putting all, you called these anomalies or oddities. Twice you were asked on direct examination the other day, did you have an opinion of whether or not this data had been manipulated or tampered with? And you said, I do not have that opinion, right?
Something to that, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about speed calculations real quick. You created the speed calculations. Let's pull that up. Let me show something real quick. Now let's do. All right, you were talking about this just a few minutes ago. This is a screenshot. This is your 4-point moving average speed.
Mhm.
And this one has Bird and Smith, right?
Correct.
Okay. And here's what we know. GPS does not capture speed, right?
No, it does not.
GPS data only captures time, but essentially time and location, right?
Correct.
And we know the simple mathematical formula to figure out somebody's speed. It's their distance divided by their time,
Yes.
correct? So I drive 100 miles and it takes me 2 hours. Simple calculus. I'm averaging 50 miles an hour, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, your calculations are all based on the GPS data that you yourself went and picked up, right?
Yes.
All right. Here's what I wanted to note on this one. You didn't put a key on this one, but we see it's color-coded.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
All right, is the color code, I'm assuming, because we see Bird and we see her in the parking lot, and you're starting with green. I'm assuming green means slow.
Give me 1 second, please. Would assume that, yes.
Yeah, and the green.
And there is a key here on mine, if you would like.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
I need the HDMI.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to use yours, sir,
Yeah,
that's
let's
fine.
just use ours because I really
Okay.
don't have to waste any time.
Oh, that's fine.
They can take care of it on redirect. All right, so putting this back up, you're color coding it. Again, I'm assuming green means fairly slow because you see it
10
on
to 20 miles an
GPS.
hour, roughly.
Perfect. Then it goes from yellow to red. That's increased speed, right?
Correct.
And I guess purple is the maximum speed.
It's 60 plus.
It's 60 plus. And so you see lower left-hand corner, West 6th Street, where the cursor is, that's Autumn Smith, right?
Yes.
So you've got her traveling at over 60 miles per hour, right?
Hmm.
Is that correct?
I'm pulling up mine as well here. That is correct.
Okay. What I don't see is on Bird's route any purple.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, let's look at map of speeds between GPS points. And was this introduced, do you remember, Mark?
Yes.
It was? It was not introduced? All right. Let's go to the 4-point average over time. This was introduced.
Okay.
You were talking about this with Angie Bird, correct?
Okay.
All right. 4-point rolling average to make sure I understand what we're talking about. You get a 4-point rolling average. Like we said, GPS, a single GPS data point, doesn't give you speed, right?
Correct.
It doesn't tell you braking and acceleration, right?
Correct.
You need at least 2 data points for distance and time, then you can calculate speed, correct?
Correct.
And now what you've done is taken 4 data points to do an estimated speed average, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so you take any given GPS data point and you're taking the 3 preceding, the 3 data points before, and that's giving you distance and that's giving you time, so you can calculate an estimated speed, right?
Correct.
And this is your graph of the 4-point moving average over time for Brittany Bird, correct?
Yes.
And what I'm understanding is you had a slide up that said you had Bird clocked at 75.7 miles an hour, right?
There was one GPS point that said that, yes.
And that's an anomaly, right?
There's an assumption there that that's an anomaly.
Just like you assumed, you had 2 anomalies with Autumn Smith, as I remember your testimony. At one data point, you had Autumn Smith going like 174 and went, that can't be true.
Yes, I would agree.
And you had her at 110 miles per hour on 6th Street at one point, right?
Correct.
And you consider those anomalies?
I do.
And so the 75.7 miles an hour you clocked Bird at, that's an anomaly.
From where the data point is, I would say yes.
Okay, gotcha. So then you do your 4-point rolling average, and I'm looking at this, and the median or mean is 25 miles per hour. The top rolling average speed that I'm seeing is at 1947.48, slightly above 40 miles an hour. See 1947.48? Am I correct?
Yeah, yes.
Slightly over 40 miles per hour.
Correct.
And then go to 1948.58. And again, your rolling average speed for Bird is somewhere between 40 and 45 miles per hour. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I
Roughly.
think you were being somewhat critical of Lieutenant Kennedy, saying, but the stretch over time from beginning to end of Bird's route is about 25 miles per hour. That's the median, and what I'm looking at just tells me that we're hovering around 25. We got 40 miles per hour, we got 10 miles per hour.
You think that's hovering around 25 miles an hour?
There's dips below 25 miles per hour, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 10 data points below 25 miles per hour.
I disagree with you, but okay.
Okay. All right, let's move on to acceleration and braking, and let's work our way through that quickly. Again, basic math and fundamentals. We know GPS, again, it does not capture speed, right?
Correct.
GPS does not capture acceleration and braking, correct?
Correct.
Again, all your calculations are based on the GPS data, right?
Correct.
From the GPS data, you extrapolate an average speed that you and I've already talked about, right?
Correct.
Acceleration, Mr. Nelson, is calculated as a change in speed over time, right?
Simply put, yes.
Yeah, so in other words, I'm going 75 miles an hour at noon, 5 minutes me, that within those 5 minutes, I've accelerated 10 miles per hour.
Yes.
The inverse is true for braking and deceleration.
Absolutely.
Yeah, got it. And so your acceleration braking speed, you begin with GPS data. You extrapolate from that an average speed, and from now the average speed, you're extrapolating acceleration and braking, right?
We're using math to do so, yes.
Yeah. Here's what I wanted to ask you about this one in particular. I'm not going to ask you the methodology. I just frankly didn't understand. But I do see gaps here on 6th Street. You're collecting data every 2 seconds, right?
I'm not collecting any data.
The GPS data is collected every,
I'm
it's 2 seconds.
roughly, it's about 2 to 3 seconds.
There are gaps on your presentation here on 6th Street and on 1st Avenue. And I just had to ask you why.
What's doing is it's the math. So then you have to now take the 4-point moving average and you can overlay it onto this to see that there's not a gap because we're missing data. I took the whole data structure and extrapolated this. This isn't cherry-picked data. In other words, I can do it right again for you. I can pull in anybody's KLM file and get that. And so in other files, you will see that gap as well.
Okay. I just needed that explanation. I couldn't figure out why you have so many data points and then you're skipping them. Answer accepted. Let's talk about qualifications in GPS data. I'm going to approach it.
Do you want me to grab this?
Would you,
Is this your resume?
Blake, would you be kind enough to give us a copy?
This is your resume.
Part of my resume, yes.
Yeah, it's the one that you gave to them that they gave
Correct.
us, correct? Accurate?
It's not fully accurate, but
We'll get to that in a minute, but you can authenticate this as your resume.
Yes.
I will move to mark this as Exhibit 21 and move for its introduction.
Objection.
It may be introduced.
Exceeded my time. I'm going to make quick dispatch. Very top line, professional profile, security systems engineer slash senior security analyst with 18+ years of experience in network and security systems. You're telling us that, and you own a business called Keystone?
one of,
And Keystone, I know because I've looked it up, it's a security system business, right?
if you're looking at the webpage, yes.
Yeah, and so what you're doing is I understand your job, or has been your job, and currently is your job, is you're providing services to companies with networks and system and trying to protect them from cyber attacks, malware attacks, that sort of thing.
Part of what we do, yes.
Keystone Solutions does have not anything to do with GPS data and its interpretation, right?
Wrong.
Tell me how GPS is related to security systems analysts.
I believe you were saying that we don't do that, and that's not it. We've built trackers for Newton County Sheriff's Office that have been used to catch criminals.
Okay, you're talking about tracking. Hang on. So I'm looking at your website right now, and under services, it tells me that Keystone provides data backup and protection. It's not GPS, right?
Yeah.
VoLP,
VoIP,
VoIP, and that has to do with clarity of cell service.
yes.
No, not GPS data analysis.
No,
Network security, again,
Yes.
cyber threats.
yes,
Not GPS data,
yes.
and manager services. You come in and you help a company.
Absolutely.
Okay.
yes.
And so what you're saying is the relevance that you have to GPS data is you've created a GPS tracking device?
No, not just that. I've done other things. So at the sheriff's office, we would track down people that were trying to have sex with children, and we've used that GPS data.
Yeah, I'm focusing in on your current employment right now. And in my understanding, you're saying GPS
It's
data.
being argumentative with the witness. The witness has answered already how he uses it, and then he mischaracterizes how the data's been used to check and find and track child pornographers, child abusers, and then he ignores that answer.
And so this goes on their time, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're misunderstanding me. I'm talking about your current employment with Keystone.
Yes,
Correct.
I'm referring to that.
And and I read your services, and I don't see anything about GPS.
100%, sir. Because
Okay.
when you're putting on a website, you want people to go to your website. I run a business.
Yeah.
So I also own a data center. I don't, and so when you're trying to get business, you have to have it tailored so people can, it's not an overwhelming bit of information or stuff of that nature. So what you're reading is correct, 100%. But it's not on there that I've worked with the 24th Judicial Drug Task Force to recover body camera video footage and work with GPS data, and Newton County and also other sheriff's offices with GPS data.
And is that current employment that you're doing?
Yes, that is the current work I'm
Okay.
doing, sir.
So I understand you, and thank you for clearing this stuff up. You have two businesses,
Yes.
and you're still working law enforcement.
I'm helping out. I don't have a active thing, but I help them in these situations,
Okay. And
part of
then
the business.
in your law enforcement capacity, you were doing digital forensics, correct?
Yes.
Child predator cases,
There's other cases, but yes,
human trafficking cases,
yes,
child pornography cases.
yes, in other cases.
Yeah, and GPS data, I know this business very well. That's digital forensics. You're taking a bit-for-bit copy of somebody sees digital device, correct?
Yes.
You're probably using Cellebrite then to search the contents, right?
If you're using a phone, that would be Cellbrite.
Yeah, if you're using a phone. And with the phone is where you get GPS data points, right? Our phones are receivers receiving
Yeah,
signals from the GPS
there's a
satellites.
whole host of IoT devices that do GPS.
And so, Mr. Nelson, what I don't see in your resume is any focus or expertise in GPS plotting and mapping.
Are you talking for farmland? No.
Okay. Are you familiar with an expertise called geographic information systems?
I'm aware of it.
Okay, you are not a geographic information systems expert, correct?
Into referring to that?
Yeah.
No, I've worked with GPS data.
Right. GIS, geographic location systems, is an expertise, right?
What are you calling an expert?
A guy that can get a master's degree in a thing called geographic location systems.
Refer to somebody that has a master's as an expert.
Yes.
Okay.
Accept that proposition. Do you have a master's degree?
No, I do not.
What's your bachelor's degree in?
Information systems.
Okay. Nothing related to GPS data mapping or plotting.
No.
Okay, understood. Talked about your prior testimony to be clear. Have you ever testified, you talked about you've testified to GPS data prior to this?
Yes.
Okay. In a courtroom, have you been qualified as an expert witness in GPS data, speed calculations, acceleration and braking calculations? I'll break it down. Have you testified before in a courtroom regarding speed calculations based on GPS data?
No, just GPS.
So the answer is no, you have not.
No.
And therefore, you also have not testified as an expert witness or in any fashion about acceleration and braking patterns based on GPS data.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Do you want your copy back?
I think we've got it.
Ready to start my back? I have a couple of follow-up questions, okay? First off, Mr. Nelson's, he kept talking about employment. Are you employed by Keystone or do you own Keystone?
One of the companies I own.
And you have multiple companies that all deal with data.
Yes.
You have a data center or multiple data centers?
Yes.
You have ISPs?
We are classified as an ISP.
What does that mean?
It means that we own our own IPs. Nobody can take it from. It's not like our servers are dedicated IPs. And so
How many of those do you have?
I have 2 Class Cs, and then I have a full IPv6, which is around 19 million.
In relation to data, do your businesses do more than just keep it secure?
Yes,
Now, Keystone is one of your businesses.
yes,
Does it also do court sign?
yes,
And does that employ the ability to keep materials secure and without changes to any of the markers in those documents?
yes. We use blockchain technology to.
I'm gonna get you to speak up a little bit.
We use blockchain technology to secure the documents.
And it also keeps location in relation to those items as well, right? So you know where any changes came from.
Correct.
Is that something you created out of the air?
Yes,
I know you're never before product. Does it include GPS type of data in it?
in part of our current features, we are taking snapshots when people sign the data, or when they sign the document, where it's coming from, yes.
And you also, with Keystone, had used Justice Bridge.
Yes,
Well, describe briefly what is Justice Bridge.
Justice Bridge is in every prison in the state of Arkansas, and it's also in 90% of the jails and courtrooms in Arkansas.
And is that something that you also created?
I created it on my kitchen table.
And bottom line is, does it use that same type of technology to keep communications secure?
Yes, it keeps communications secure.
In relation to all of your different businesses, do you use math quite a bit?
Unfortunately,
In relation to, they talk about geotraffic systems and all of that. Do you need to know about traffic lights and how often they go by a Taco Bell?
no.
The GPS data is what's important in this case.
Yeah, in this case, the actual GPS data from the KLM files, which is data.
And in relation to, he was talking about the website, right? Do you put on your website that you're doing private law enforcement work for a drug task force to make sure they know where bad guys are?
Those two that I mentioned, I had permission from them to be able to speak. The other agencies I cannot talk about because the stuff that they are doing to track these bad guys could harm an officer's life.
In which case, we don't put it on the website, do we?
No,
Do you have specialized knowledge when it comes to GPS and data?
I would say so.
Have you created new software using age-old math that anybody can look online and find?
Yes,
That you use secure locations in order to get those, not only the formulas, but the data to put into your software?
absolutely.
I know I'm not getting into anything proprietary. I've already been warned.
Yes, thank you.
Council was asking you, I'm going to start at the beginning. First off, we had 2 USBs, the first one that I gave you. There were 22 deleted files, I believe you just mentioned again.
Yes, that was on the first one.
Do you recall what those items were?
There were PDFs, and one was recovered a zip file that contained an audio file.
It was the radio log, correct?
Okay,
In relation to the second USB that we picked up on July 30th, is that the first time that anything that you viewed had the church video on it?
I believe so, without looking at my notes.
I wouldn't lead you astray. Are you aware that daylight savings time had not occurred yet on April 13, 2025?
Yes,
Even if daylight savings time had occurred, shouldn't it all have been changed for the entire system?
I would say yes.
In looking at the PowerPoint that he had brought up, he said that we started Officer Byrd at 19, or at a different time, and that it was Autumn Smith that we started at 19:45:30. All the other officers were at 19:45:30.
Correct.
Why did we start them at 19:45:30?
That was the GPS time.
and they were already in their cars. Is that correct?
She was still running back to her car.
Right. Everybody else, we started at 19:45,
We're
30.
moving.
Because they're moving and in their cars.
Mhm.
Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle, who, by the way, we don't have Riddle's GPS, right?
No, we do not.
But Officer
And he had
Byrd,
his lights activated.
by all accounts, the drive time that she could control is by the time she got to the median.
Yes.
Even looking at other officers on our PowerPoint, let's look at Autumn Smith. We ended hers when she got to traffic, not when she got to the park. Is that correct?
Correct. She called on scene before she got to the park as well.
Which officer did that?
Autumn Smith.
Okay. Yeah, I think you logged that on there, on your PowerPoint. I can have just a moment. Just to be clear, Mr. Nelson, on the first USB that had the deleted files, were you able to recover those files for us?
Yes.
Nothing further, I'd pass the witness.
You may be dismissed.
We can pause our time, we'll get our next witness. He be excused. We're going to call Lieutenant Monty Matthews, and if we can have just a moment, we're going to get him.
Yes, let's go ahead and take a small break right quick. Have you found Lieutenant Matthews yet?
He's here. Right up here in the.
Lieutenant Matthews, would you state your name, please?
Monty Matthews.
All right, Lieutenant Matthews, you are under an oath. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may continue.
We're going to wing it. I had a timekeeper. I bet they're keeping my time. Lieutenant, will you please introduce yourself to the commission?
Sir, I'm Lieutenant Monty Matthews. Been at the Conway Police Department for 31, and then tomorrow will be a half years, 31.5 years.
When you start, when you're young, every, month matters, half years matter.
It
And
does.
then at the flip end of that, they matter. I'm going to let you know, this lights up when you're talking and it's recording or, where we can hear it, not necessarily recording. So you got 2 of them. Hopefully we catch you between the 2 of those. During the time that you have been with the Conway Police Department, have you supervised other officers?
Absolutely.
And let me ask you this. Now, you said 31 years. Does that make you the most senior person there?
I'm at the top of the list.
Okay, now, when we say senior, we're not talking about your age in numerical number from your date of birth. We're talking about the number of years at Conway Police Department.
Yes.
Okay. Have you supervised Brittany Byrd?
I have.
Since when?
March of 23.
So that's quite a while. And in what capacity? Like, what does she do for you, under you?
She was my K-9 officer.
And so is she on the east side, west side? What are her duties?
Her duties is as a K-9 officer, she's a citywide rover. She's not assigned to calls. She goes to calls if needed. Officers assist. She assists officers when needed, and then she'll do her own duty. She'll make traffic stops and such like that.
Now, I noted that when I was looking through a lot of the videos from the evening of Sunday, April 13th, there were a lot of times that you defer to her or get her to do certain things while on scene. Why did you do that?
Well, one, she's one of my senior officers on the shift. I rely on her a lot, and I know that when I tell her to do something and ask her to do something, it gets done.
Under your supervision since 2023 and your knowledge of her job performance, how would you describe how she conducts herself as an officer overall?
Professional.
Would you say that she's also knowledgeable,
Oh, most definitely.
by the book?
Yes.
During all those times since 2023, have you ever had occasion to discipline her or counsel her?
I have not.
Now, I do note that there was a time frame since I think you might have been her lieutenant, when there was something with the K-9.
Yes.
And was it assistant chief or was he Major Welsh
It was Major Welsh.
at that time? Can we briefly touch on that? What was that 219 all about?
Well, it was her dog was had heartworms and couldn't perform its duties, but it was she'd bring it to the PD, bring it into her car to keep it from going crazy at the house because the doctor said don't get it excited and stuff like that, and so she would bring it to work, and they had her put it in the kennel, and then when throughout the day she would come back, get the dog, put it in a car to cool it down or whatever, and apparently the kennel door, she wasn't able to get the kennel door open to get inside for the dog to stay cooled down, and she asked me over a weekend, hey, can I just put it in my car and drive around with it? I don't have an issue with that.
Let me back it up a second. She had an order from Welsh in relation to what to do with the dog while he was undergoing the heartworms. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So she was instructed to bring him to the PD each day and leave him outside in that kennel. Is that correct? And who had the key to, so there's like a doorway where they can stay out or they can go in, or you can lock it and keep them in one place or the other. Is that right?
That is correct.
And who had the key to that lock?
I do not know who had the key.
Right. But Major Welsh was out of town for that particular weekend.
He was.
Were you aware that Major Welsh at that time had given her an order in relation to leaving the dog in the kennel while she was at work?
I did.
And so in visiting with her, she sought your advice in relation to what to do. And were you okay with her doing that?
I was.
And that was to benefit the dog.
Yes.
The bad position to be in, to choose between whether or not you can get other guidance or follow a direct order and harm your dog or do something to help the dog. Is that kind of the position you felt like you were in?
I agree.
Did you write her up for anything in relation to that event?
I did not.
Did you agree with Major Welsh doing so?
I did not.
On the other end of the scale, so we've talked about not disciplining her. On the other end of the scale, have you ever commended her?
By paper, no. Vocally, yes.
How do you give a commendation to an officer?
Well, you can accommodate them by telling them a good job, by giving them a written Form 1, and basically that.
Now, I realize that you're a no-nonsense kind of guy. I've referred to you as a John Wayne type figure.
Thank you.
So do you do a lot of letters of commendation for anybody?
I do not.
If you do one, it's going to be a big deal.
It is a big deal.
On duty in relation to April 13th, or that weekend of April 12th and 13th, were you considering a Form 1 for any of your officers?
Yeah, every one of them.
Now, we say every one of them. Who was your officers under you?
Everybody that was involved that night was.
Okay. Like, I know there's day shift, night shift, so this would, is that
Night shift.
B team? Is
It's
it,
B, yes, B
Okay.
team.
does that include Officer Byrd in that?
Yes.
And where were you in the process of that Form 1? Was it given?
It was not.
And where was it in the process?
Myself and Sergeant Sweet, who was on scene also, we discussed it, and we were talking about how great a job everyone did that night, and that was Sunday night. And I even went home, told my wife how great a job we did, everything. And then we come in, we see there's a speech given by Chief Harris here for the public and everything, and we start looking at it going, that's not very nice. And then we get back Wednesday to work, and we were all put under Garrity under investigation. And so we put a halt on the Form 1s to see until the investigation was over with.
So everything that you knew in discussing it with Sergeant Sweet, you thought everybody did a great job.
Absolutely.
Would you also classify that as conduct becoming and good performance?
Yes.
Did you even have those letters prepared before you put a halt on it?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the chief had said some things. How did you feel about that press conference?
It was not a warm feeling at all. I thought we did an outstanding job, and now listening to that, it really was kind of a kick in the balls is what it was.
I think you even said that in your interview, and I didn't know if you would say it here, but again, John Wayne, I appreciate you being honest at all times. So you're aware basically of what happens on that scene, April 13th, when you got there.
Yes.
But prior to shots fired, you weren't on scene, but you had some knowledge of what was going on. All right, so I want to back up for when does your shift actually start on Sunday, April 13th?
Half of it starts at 5:30. The other half would start at 7.
So what time did you get there?
I got there a little before 5:30.
And what time would Brittany Byrd have gotten there?
A little before 5:30 also.
Did you get information at the time you got there or even before about what had occurred Sunday during the day?
I did. I know Lieutenant Pageant and Sergeant Gray told me a little bit about what's going on at Fifth Avenue and such.
And you were aware of the materials that had happened, the things that happened Saturday?
Oh, yes, I was working Saturday.
Did you have knowledge as to whether these two things were related?
Yes,
Had you seen the flyer?
yes.
And based on that information, did you form a plan with Officer Byrd about Sunday night about how to address it?
I did. I don't know if I talked to her in person or called her on the phone. I said, here's what we got going on. And she knew what was going on. And so I talked to, I know Sergeant Gray had talked to me and said, hey, I know that the owners of the funeral home do not want anybody parking in their parking lot and everything. So I talked to Officer Byrd and said, hey, go make sure, talk to the owners there that they don't want anybody parking there. Get with the street department, see if we can get some barricades to set up in that lot. And if there's any vehicles in there, make an announcement, hey, we're towing vehicles, and then start towing vehicles. And then we'll go from there. We'll work on the street. We'll work on Fifth Avenue, clearing Fifth Avenue. So we started at the funeral home and went from there.
So there were a lot of cars.
There was.
So you had information about parks full in their parking lots, going down the grass
Well,
in both of those lots?
when I first got in, Sergeant Gray had told me that they did a walkthrough and was looking at it. And the Fifth Avenue wasn't that busy, as in parked cars. I know the parking lot was filling up, and so that's why I sent Officer Byrd there to observe, and then, you know, when you talk to them, observe what's going on, and get back with me on that. And between 5:30 and before 7, it had exploded in vehicles coming in and everything like that.
So you sent her to kind of drive through there, assess what all you were going to need, like how many barricades, that kind of thing. All right. Did you have any instructions from any command staff?
I did not.
Now, I noted you said something about Lieutenant Paget.
Yes,
Did you have a conversation with Paget?
I did.
Did Paget alert command staff about this event?
He did. He said he texted Major Presley and let him know what was going on.
And are you aware of what that reply was?
I think it was just monitor what's going on.
And was there anything further? Like, did you ever get a call, a text, smoke signal, anything from Major Presley before the shots fired?
No.
Or from anybody else in command staff? Did anyone on command staff ever tell you to shut this party down? Between starting the plan that you just described and the shots fired timeframe, did any officer ever tell you about learning that there were guns on scene at Fifth Avenue Park?
No.
Did you ever hear it over the radio?
No.
If you had been told that information, what would you have done?
If I knew that there were guns out there, if officers knew that they were and they let me know that they were out there, then we probably would have done a walkthrough and just verify either A, there was guns, or B, there's no guns. But just do a walkthrough just to make sure.
Were you ever told by any officer that there were hundreds of people running suddenly from the pavilions, and then they were told that they had guns up in there?
No.
Would that change your statement about what you would have tried to do as lieutenant?
I think we would have done a walkthrough for sure.
Would that officer need to put that out over the radio as well?
That was good information that I'd like to have had.
Well, other officers on scene, is it not for their safety as well?
Yes.
So the plan's being implemented and shots are fired. Well, let me back up a second. You said part of that plan included getting records out there and that you wanted these folks to be told, because again, that's only being nice and fair. We're about to tow your vehicles. Are you aware whether that got done?
I was in the process. I'm not sure if anybody was told.
Right? If the record,
Excuse me,
oh, yes, sir.
Lieutenant, I know, could you please speak a little bit closer to the mic? It's kind of hard to hear you at times. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for pointing that out. If there's anything like that, y'all just holler at us. I'm going to back up just a second. If a record driver gets on scene and they are ready to walk over and tell this audience that we're about to get your car and tow it, come move it, and they ask an officer, help me, go with me to tell these folks, what should that officer do?
I'd go with him.
And if they do not go with them, do not get out of their car, and do not tell them that there are guns there, how would you rate that performance?
Poor.
I'm going to talk a little bit about driving code, okay? There's different choices there, right?
Sure.
And what does the policy say about an officer's discretion when driving?
Their discretion as, what do you mean exactly?
Okay, let me grab that policy.
Okay.
Introduce that into the record. Thank you. I've pulled what we've already introduced into the record, okay? And this is emergency operation of department vehicles. It is our policy number 800-5, okay? I'm going to have to get a microphone. Even better, they found mine. So I'm going to show you that is the 800-5 policy. Okay. At the top of page 2, it has levels of response under like definitions.
Right.
The procedure, though, is a little bit further down. So what I'm wanting to know here, first off, is what does it say about driving in relation to an officer's discretion?
Will be discretionary with each individual officer on the decision to drive under emergency conditions.
All right, thank you. Now, I know in making that decision that we have some things that we need to be thinking about, right? And so some of these I've noted, and they're right above it with that decision, the first paragraph. So as part of that having to do with, I'm going to read it with you.
Okay.
The protection of the lives and safeties of all citizens and officers.
Yes.
And that to do so, they need to do it with extreme caution.
Correct.
And that above all, no matter what code section they decide to run under, they have to give due regard for the safety of all persons.
Absolutely.
When we're talking about driving, and you've probably heard this from your wife, does law enforcement drive different than the average Joe?
Yes.
And how is that? How would you describe the difference?
Well, my wife thinks I drive too slow, too cautious.
Really?
She does.
Okay, well, she and I need to talk. I tell Carl he's driving code 3 all the
I
time.
know, and, but, it's funny that, if we have friends that go with us somewhere and they're following us, she says, "Why are you driving so crazy? Why are you trying to lose them?" I don't know that. It's just part of it. I don't know. But yes, I have ridden with other officers, and I'm like, can we chill out a little bit, you know?
I get it. In relation to if a law enforcement is going to a call and they feel like they need to get there quickly while they're doing other things as well, what are you going to notice about their driving? Like, are there going to be hard accelerations, hard brakes, fast speeds?
Yes.
I'd even noted that when you were responding on April 13th on that Sunday, at some point you put on your emergency equipment, lights and sirens, and somebody stopped just cold right in front of you.
Yeah, it was not pleasant.
Good for you. You didn't say a cuss word on there.
I'm really surprised.
It, it was a long something, but I don't think it was a discernible. Sometimes that can happen, can't it?
Yes.
So is that one of the considerations you might have for whether we're going to turn on those lights and sirens?
It is, but hopefully people will get out of your way, but it seems like nowadays they want to stop in front of you instead of get out of your way.
That would probably be me. I would think if I'm just freeze, then they could go around me or something, and I'd, because you don't know if it's you or not. Have you or others kind of adapted to knowing that nowadays people like to just stop? So is there anything that you've changed with how you use your lights and sirens based on that kind of conduct?
Over the years, I don't use my light and siren much as I used to because of, you seem to be able to get around a little better without them. Unless your vehicle's big and red, people really don't get out of your way.
We don't need to get into the whole firefighter cop thing, but I know that there's a thing. In relation to Brittany Bird, and she has a canine, she's had a canine a long time. Have you ever been around when she runs her lights and sirens with her canine?
I have not been around it. I have heard it on the radio. That dog loves the siren for some reason.
If she puts on her lights and sirens, what does he do to show that he loves it?
Oh, he goes ape.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. If we are I know we're making light as we're having conversation, but April 13 was real serious.
It was. Very much.
And when we have something real serious that has just happened and we need communications to get out fast, do we need to repeat ourselves?
Yes.
We need to not repeat ourselves and go, like, we need to hear it the first time if we can, right? But if you had her dog going ape in the vehicle, do you have an opinion as to whether that would have impacted her ability to hear or be heard?
Yes. Wouldn't have heard her well with the dog.
Have you seen any of the videos, dash cam, body cam, any of that material?
I've not seen any video.
And I want to show you, I've got it pulled up. Are you aware that, to begin with, don't play yet, to begin with, Officer, you just pulled it out and I needed it up, that Officer Bird was in this parking lot on foot when shots were fired? Okay if you weren't. I'm just saying, are you aware that she was on foot?
Oh, no, I knew she was in that parking lot. I didn't know she was on foot.
Okay. Well, now you know. There's a little dot there, and one of them's got a bun on the back of her head, and the other one is Officer Riddle. So now you're aware that both of them were on foot in that parking lot.
Those two there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you can see that we have the parks, or not, the streets person right there, the truck.
Whose marked unit is that up there by the funeral home?
If we could go to the right, that
there.
is Officer Riddle.
Okay.
Officer Bird is behind that, further back.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like for you to watch this video, please, sir. They've just reacted to shots fired. She's putting it on the radio. They almost got hit. Now, if you'll note, that's Officer Byrd with part of those cruising lights. Two women just laid down. There's a man that is walking in front of her.
I'm sorry, I need to make a very quick objection.
Okay.
I would just ask that counsel not testify. She's testifying to what's contained in video. She's testifying to who is what and when and where. It's if Lieutenant Matthews has knowledge of what happened, he's welcome to testify about it. But I don't want counsel to be testifying, and he even had to ask her a question, and she had to testify to what was in that video.
Okay, this is
Learned counsel is throughout the 6 days we've been involved, led their witnesses, almost every one of them completely. So why can't we lead?
There's a difference between leading and testifying.
And I would agree with that, but I would note that I'm actually referring to items for him to draw attention to on screen. So if I'll just have you simply look at that, I was draw it to your attention. So we'll pause right there. Did you see an individual who walked in front of her unit?
Yes.
Very quickly in time, did you see any women or people, I guess at this vantage point, people lay down on the parking lot by the street car?
Somebody sitting, yeah. Right there.
In relation to those two things, if you're an officer in that car, and we're talking about due regard for others, shots have just been fired. What do we need to ascertain? What do we need to figure out about the guy in the white shirt that walked in front of her?
Well, for one, you got to figure out if he's involved, if he's a victim, if he's a suspect, and if he's okay, then you move on.
Right. In relation, so is there any problem with the fact that she paused to ascertain those things?
Not right now, no.
In relation to the two people, and we're going to hit play now, or yeah, there you go. Can you see now the two people that have just laid down?
I do.
Go ahead and hit play, please, for me.
I would have to stop there to see if they're okay.
Right. Now, in the meantime, they've cleared, pay attention please to the street department person. Did you see that vehicle move?
I did.
Right. Can you describe the road traffic?
Yeah, southbound is pretty crowded. Pulling out of there.
At that point right there, they've pulled out and made another car stop, two cars stop now. All right. Thank you. In relation to what you viewed with the two people who laid down in the parking lot, what would you need to ascertain about those individuals?
Well, you have to see if they're okay, see if they're victims or not, and make sure that they are okay.
Is it okay that that person didn't get out of the unit to check on them?
I'm sure. I mean,
You're okay with that?
yeah, they got up and ran on.
Okay. And so when they cleared, what did you observe about the, people want to call them parking, but it was a street truck, the street department truck? Did you see that move?
They did. They got in the way.
So you've now seen, that's Officer Byrd. And let me ask this. Does your policy say anything about whether they should or should not be driving with cruise lights on?
It doesn't on the cruise lights, I don't believe.
It doesn't mention it, or you're not supposed to?
We drive cruise lights on quite a bit.
Okay. So as her supervisor, I'm telling you that the officer in a unit that stopped that had the light for those two people is Officer Byrd. Knowing that information, showing the video, Do you have an opinion as to whether, as her supervisor, that she acted appropriately?
In that parking lot, yes.
Now, she gets to the road, and an officer has just heard, she's just heard gunshots at, somewhere at this location. People are running. Did you observe people across the street that were moving about?
I did. I saw a bunch of people running.
Were some of those folks, could you tell if they were in the street or in the grass or kind of where they were?
A lot of them were in the park is what I was looking at.
Officer on scene, you've now heard a burst of gunfire. You've radioed that in, multiple gunshots. No more guns have continued to be shooting. They stopped. What is an officer trained to be looking for at that moment, if you're in your car?
Well, I mean, you are training to look for fleeing suspects, either on foot or by vehicle. And you're trying to ascertain if there are more gunfire. And then you're going towards the where the shots were fired.
Now, if you don't know, and now that's a lot of people. I'm going to stop short of saying thousands, but hundreds. There's a lot of people there. Can we agree with that?
Yes.
If you can't see a particular individual with a gun such that you know exactly where it came, this is a 10-acre park, right? Shortly after that, you have an officer who says, I actually have a shooting victim. Where's the priority of response? Shots fired or the shooting?
Where the victim is.
Did you hear Officer Byrd's radio transmissions?
I heard that she said shots fired and everything. I did not hear anything else after that.
You were getting there as quickly as
Oh, yeah.
possible. All right. When you got to scene, did you hear her radio transmissions?
Oh,
Okay. How would you describe her tone in the radio transmissions you did hear?
I just they were calm. It's, you know, shots fired, multiple shots.
Let's talk about Byrd's actions on scene. Obviously, you had a lot to do with what was on scene as well. Are you aware that she not only helped an individual but made transmissions about who should go first in the ambulance? Were you there for that part?
No, I was in the middle of it, of where all the shots were fired, where the victims were. I couldn't hear my radio for nothing.
Okay.
So all I was doing, I was sitting, I was observing. When I'd see an officer come by, I would say, hey, you need to go here, you need to go here, you need to do this, or whatever. But as radio transmission, I couldn't hear anything.
Okay. Backing up, as you got there, do you recall who was in front of you, officer-wise?
I know me and Sergeant Sweet were on 6th Street, and I was leading, but then, you know, that woman pulled out.
Woman stopped, right?
And
You
then
got passed up,
then
didn't
he
you?
got in front of me. So he was in front of me when we turned on Central Landing.
And where did you pull in when you got there?
Well, you know, I was looking for the best spot I could find, and I pulled up, well, I guess over in the park area on the side of the street in the wrong lane.
Nothing wrong with that, but you stopped there. Murray stopped there also behind you?
Murray, I think Murray actually went just in front of me and parked in front of me because I didn't have much room behind me to pull in.
First available place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where did Sweet go?
I don't know.
Did he stop there?
No.
Did you see him driving away from your area?
Yeah, I noticed and the thing is I actually had to get in the wrong lane to pull in where I was. I just felt like priority led me to go into the opposite lane to get there. He went past where we were, and then I don't know where he went from there.
But he was also driving in the wrong lane.
I don't think he ever
Area.
drove in the wrong lane.
Okay.
I think that's.
Well, you haven't
that's
looked at
on me.
dash cam, but you don't recall.
I don't recall.
All right. One of the things I'm going to ask now that I see hesitation, and I'm not trying to beat anybody up with how they drove. I think everybody who drove there used the best location method that they thought they could get there in. Okay, so I don't have a problem with bypassing a street or anything else. Simply to highlight differences in treatment. In relation to your policy, what does it say about driving in the wrong lanes
You cannot do that
under any circumstance?
under any circumstance.
Does any of your policy mandate a response time, like it be under a certain time? If the driving response time from this location, this event, from the median where you could control where you drove, to getting to the other side of the park where we have a shooting victim is 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you have a problem with that time frame?
I don't know. I honestly, I do not know. I don't know. I would think that you could probably go quicker, across there or down Fifth Avenue. I'm not, but
That's a good question,
Yeah.
because here's the thought. We're here now looking at something in hindsight, aren't we?
sure are.
Are you going to second guess an officer who's on scene in the heat of the moment and what he's looking at?
No.
On that evening, you talked about Officer Byrd's tone was calm. Did you ever see Officer Byrd take any actions that helped other law enforcement on scene?
I saw her, she was assisting. I could see her every once in a while assisting the other officers. I know that I could see, at my position was the officers that were working on some of the victims. And I could see that she would come up, ask for if they needed help or something. And she pretty much just, as needed, she handled what she needed to handle.
And were there any lag times? Did you ever see her just stand still?
No.
Did you ever see Byrd take any actions that displayed fear or shock?
No.
From the actions that you did see, how would you describe her performance that day?
Outstanding.
Now, you talked about where you were. You were kind of standing post for where we had shell casings and
Right.
people directing. Where were the majority of those casings?
About where I was standing.
And where were you?
Between the two pavilions where that the main sidewalk goes towards the splash pad and all those, and the
Okay.
play.
But
Player.
closer to the pavilions?
Between the two pavilions, yes.
Right. Between that location and the church and funeral home location, do we have other obstacles in the way, even looking at this picture?
Oh, yeah, I mean, you have
Describe those obstacles that are in the way.
plenty of vehicles and plenty of people. And then you have the bathrooms and such like that.
From that far side that we've just talked about to the pavilions, would there be a clear line of sight to where you were standing?
From where
From,
whom was
yeah,
standing.
from this vantage point, from where you first saw Officer Byrds and Riddle, was there a clear line of sight to the location that you stood at?
I would say, no. Not very tall, so.
That's true. That is a fact. Have there ever been other situations that you have knowledge of that Byrd was part of the response, there were guns, gunshots, or anything of that nature that were involved in the situation? Not this day, different timeframes.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Have there been other occasions while she's under you that she has responded to shots fired or shootings?
Yes,
How would you describe her response in those?
professional, just to handle business.
Have you ever known her to exhibit fear or hesitate or anything like that?
No.
In fact, how would you describe that part of who she is?
You know, being around so many years, you see officers that you go, you know, I don't know if I want to go in a building with that officer or something like that. I wouldn't have any hesitation whatsoever to go with Bird anywhere.
Even today? Do officers typically put in their reports their route to a call?
No.
If you initially thought that you were in a pursuit, like, for instance, she just went around a street department person, and all of a sudden you see an officer going in a different direction, maybe your first thought is, we're after somebody. But very quickly, you hear something over the radio, and so you think, no. Would that need to go into your report? Now, this is all under AI 25-04. Were you invited to speak at that review board?
What do you mean?
Did they say, hey, you can come to this review board if you want?
I did. I got a email saying that.
Now, what does that tell an officer? I mean,
That generally tells the officer that, hey, you're the one under investigation. If you want to come speak on your behalf, you can come.
and did you go to that?
I did not.
Were you ever talked to about it after the review board meeting?
I asked. I said, why did I get this email since I was told that I wasn't part of the investigation? And
Who answered that?
I think I was talking to Chief Harris and asked him. He said, no, you got that by mistake. I said, okay.
Are you aware that Officer Byrd had filed a federal lawsuit in December of 2022?
Yes, we were all aware of that.
Have you witnessed any change in behavior or scrutiny of Officer Byrd by command staff or others?
I don't know. I've told officers before that you get on their radar, and I put quotes on the radar, or you get a target on your back, or whatever, just chill out and let it go somewhere else. I know that, no, I didn't see them retaliating against her or anything like that. I did notice that for stuff that, let's say we overlook on some officer, we're not going to overlook on other officers because we have a specific target on their back or something like that.
So you noticed some of that type of behavior?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say, she was under more scrutiny than other officers, I would say.
Right, I think your vehicle, your unit that you drive, is it the same unit all the time, or do you transition like some of the other folks do?
No, I've got a unit about as old as I've been there.
Well, and that was going to be a question. Are you familiar with the other officers in that newer equipment or the screens that it shows you or anything like that?
No, I know I've had other lieutenants that might have come down to patrol and such and said, hey, somebody come here and tell me how to even turn this vehicle on.
Would you be one of those folks?
No, I could fumble through it.
Do you know whether or not Sergeant Sweet was put under Garrity?
He was not.
Do you know whether or not he was interviewed?
I do not know that.
You are aware in relation to the vehicles that they all have GPS?
All of them?
Okay, maybe not
I
all
mean,
of
I'm just
them?
asking all of them.
The units?
I know
The
them.
units vehicle that police officers drive, do those have GPS?
Yes, I believe all the new units have GPS. I know mine is supposed to have GPS, but a
know.
lot of times it says it's not working.
Got it. Now, you talked about this particular AI. I realize you're not the direct supervisor. That would be Sergeant Sweet. Is that right?
Correct.
You are not shown any of these materials? I mean, this is the only material that you've now been shown?
I have not seen any video. I have not read any report. This is the first time I'm seeing any video.
Officer Sweet and you said, had even typed up Form 1s, which you hardly ever do.
Correct.
Would it surprise you to know that Sergeant Sweet actually voted to terminate Officer Byrd?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why he would or why he would not want to do that. I don't know anything about it.
Understood. I can have just a second. Cords everywhere. I have to be careful about that. Briefly, I know you're aware Officer Byrd has the Medal of Valor.
I am.
Did that happen during a time frame that you were one of her supervisors or you're aware of it?
I'm aware of that.
Could you please tell the commission about that circumstance?
I know that there at Beaver Fork Lake, there was a call for people in trouble, swimming, drowning, possible. And I know Officer Byrd arrived on scene as quickly as possible. I know she took off her gun belt, boots, and saw the person out there that was struggling. She jumped in the lake, swam out to them to get them from drowning, pulled them back in.
Talking about different calls that occur, does Officer Byrd self-dispatch to a lot of calls?
She does.
How does that happen as a K-9? What does that mean, she self-dispatches?
Well, I mean, since she's not subject to call, she has the luxury of picking which call she wants to go to, and if she sees one that may require either a senior officer or be a K-9, so she'll just self-initiate over the either over by the radio or by the computer, and then saying that she's en route to that call.
So she doesn't wait for a call, she'll go for a call.
Yeah.
Does she go to or away from high-priority violent calls in progress?
Counsel,
Yes.
I think he's answered quite a few times how good she is.
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay.
you. I'm satisfied if you're satisfied. Thank you. I'm going to pass the witness.
Thank you. Lieutenant Matthews, I want to start with a little information on training. And you have been an officer with Conway PD for quite a long time, right?
Yes.
Yes. And you've had various roles, is that correct?
That is correct.
You've also been on the SWAT team, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you have extensive training during your 31-plus years with Conway PD, is that right?
Yes,
And some of that training would also include active shooter training, is that right?
that is correct.
I've reviewed some of the active shooter training for Conway PD.
Mr.
and
Chairman, I
recognize-
must strongly object, strenuously object to her going into active shooter training. That is not charged. It is not, the chief specifically said that he was not considering that. Now, she's going to introduce it. The last time that happened in a civil service commission where there was something brought up and used and discussed when there was not in the charges was in Melissa Smith's case, and Judge Weaver made it clear that under ACA 14-51-308, bringing up as a basis for something that's not charged is reversible error. So I strongly object.
I will state I'm very familiar with that case and I'm very familiar with that statute. I'm not talking about a new violation. I'm not talking about a new policy that she violated. What I'm talking about is how Conway PD officers respond when someone is actively shooting, which
It's
is what
not
happened
relevant
here.
under that statute, under that policy, since it wasn't used in this case or have any relevance to it.
I'm not talking about the policy. What I'm talking about is how you are to respond just as an officer, just as you are trained to do, as we've talked about throughout. Stop the killing, stop the dying, go directly to the threat. That's what I'm talking about.
And then why did you mention the active shooter policy as part of your question? You brought it up, you introduced it.
I didn't say policy, Mr. Newcomb. I
Yes,
said
you
active
did.
shooter training.
Going to overrule that
Thank you.
statement.
So, Lieutenant Matthews, you have been trained in responding to active shooters, people who are shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the things and part of that training is that the number one thing is to stop the killing, stop the dying. Is that right?
Correct.
And what does that mean to you, Lieutenant Matthews?
Go to the shots, go through the fire.
Go directly to the threat. Is that right?
Correct.
Because if you don't go directly to the threat, that person can reload and keep shooting, right?
Object to leading.
This is cross-examination. I can lead.
She's also testifying, which she complained of for us.
I was not testifying. I was asking a leading question. May I continue?
Overruled, yes.
So that is called, as you were saying before we were interrupted, it's called going direct to threat, correct?
Correct.
Because that person could reload, that person could keep shooting people, right?
Correct.
And you want to make sure when you're responding to that, when there are multiple shots fired, that you are protecting other innocent civilians. Is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Byrd spoke to you about Code 3 and the policy on Code 3. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And she talked to you about discretion, did she not?
Yes.
Do you have that policy in front of you right now?
I do not.
Okay, I will hand you a copy. We are looking at what has already been marked. That is Exhibit 7. And would you tell us again, Mr. Matthews, is that the emergency operation of departmental vehicles policy?
800-5 is what you?
Yes, sir. Is that what that policy is, emergency operation of departmental
I'm sorry.
vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. If you can go with me, sir, to page 2 of that policy. Are you there?
I am.
Do you see on levels of response, do you see Code 3?
I do.
Does Code 3 identify an emergency?
Yes.
Does Code 3 state that a call for service is where a life-threatening emergency currently exists?
Correct.
Does it also state officers responding Code 3 shall respond expeditiously to the location of the emergency? Does it say that?
Yes.
By the most direct means, correct?
Correct.
Using all emergency equipment, correct?
Yes.
When you have a mass shooting like you did here in Conway on April 13th, 2025, is that a life-threatening emergency?
Yes, it is.
Would that require, in your opinion, as an officer of 31 years, would that require that you respond Code 3?
Yes.
That would require that you use lights and sirens?
Correct.
That would require that you respond expeditiously?
Correct.
That would require that you respond directly. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's no discretion in that, is there?
No.
And I've had this said to me before, maybe you agree, that when you have a mass shooting like y'all had in Conway, that's a Code 4, right?
That's correct.
That's above and beyond, right? Correct?
Yes.
That's off the charts, right?
Yes.
You responded with lights and sirens, is that right?
I did.
Ms. Byrd talked to you about, she showed you some video you've never seen before, correct?
That's correct.
Sitting here today, that was the first time that you've seen any of the documentation, any of the investigative file, anything that was reviewed by the review board in making their determination. Is that right?
That's correct.
So sitting here today, you are lacking certain information, certainly, that Sergeant Sweet, that Assistant Chief Welsh, that Major Presley, that Major Smith, that Chief Harris had at the review board. Is that right?
That's correct.
So she's asking your opinion based on your limited information. Is that right?
Yes.
Let's go through some hypotheticals. Officer across the street from a mass shooting hears over 70 rounds go off. That officer then gets in their vehicle and waits 50 seconds before leaving that parking lot. Is that appropriate?
Objection, since he doesn't know why and what was going on, it'd be speculative on his part.
Miss-
That's not in the records unless she wants to go into why that occurred. There's no way for him to know.
Ms. Byrd gave hypotheticals the entire time. She's done it with
Didn't do a
numerous
complete
witnesses.
hypothetical.
Excuse me, Mr. Newcomb, I'm finishing my response. Ms. Byrd gave multiple hypotheticals with multiple witnesses. She has questioned him on various things and various actions that were taken for which he doesn't have any knowledge to ask his opinion. He's given his opinion. I get to do the same thing. I'm simply asking a hypothetical.
It's hypothetical has to involve all facts that may be there. And is there things that he would have to know before you could comment on it?
What's good for them is good for us.
Overruled.
Now, let's continue. My hypothetical. An officer, shots fired across the street, hears over 70 rounds, gets in their vehicle, waits 50 seconds to leave that parking lot. Is that appropriate?
I don't believe so.
Okay. That same officer then turns south, goes left, away from the shots fired, turning off lights. Is that appropriate?
No.
That same officer turns off their dash cam. Is that appropriate? Okay.
Objection, there's nothing in there. Violation of any policy.
I'm not asking about violation of policy. As we know, there were multiple policies that Chief Harris said she violated, and some of those involved the totality of the circumstances, which is what I'm getting into.
Also, it's beyond the scope of direct. We didn't bring up anything about the dash camera.
They asked multiple things about how he felt about her response. I get to do the same.
Overruled.
Okay, before we were interrupted, going south, turning off lights and sirens, turning off dash cam, is that appropriate? Okay, but your answer was no, correct? Same officer had been across the street. We're talking about Fifth Avenue Park. You know where that is, right? You were there. Okay. Same officer travels down Central Landing, goes east down 6th Street, skips 5th Ave to get up to Fifth Avenue Park, skips 3rd Ave to get out to Fifth Avenue Park, skips 2nd, goes up 1st, then has to double back. Is that appropriate?
Objection as to the foreman, unless, since he hasn't seen any of the videos, he doesn't know what the conditions were on those streets.
Again, I'm asking hypotheticals. I get to do that. They did the same.
Overruled.
Would that be an appropriate route to get to a shooting that you were across the street from?
Well, if I went that route, let's say that I've just heard 70 rounds. I'm a little rattled, like, oh my goodness, I need to get over to the other side. And I'm going down 6th Street. I turn down 6th, and I can see in somebody's head, they're rattled now, missing 5th, missing 3rd. But going to 1st, I would say that might be a little lengthy.
That's a problem, isn't
I
it?
would think so.
When you are dealing with a mass shooting like Conway had on April 13th of 2025, and I went through that entire hypothetical with you, right? That response, that officer's response, that would call for termination, would it not?
Yes.
Even if in the past you were a good officer, correct? There are certain things that officers just can't come back from, correct? Officer Byrd was the senior officer at the scene when those shots were fired, correct?
Yes.
The other two officers that were near, Officer Riddle and Officer Pugh, they were both rookies, is that correct?
That's correct.
If a rookie officer like Officer Riddle drove directly to where the shots were coming from, would you expect Ms. Byrd to follow?
Yes.
Because Officer Riddle would be going into danger and expect his senior officer to back him up, right?
Correct.
Ms. Byrd went over with you the fact that you were a supervisor of Brittany Byrd, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
You stated that was in March of 2023. Is that correct?
I say that.
Approximately.
I think so.
Okay, that's when it began. Is that
I
right?
believe so.
Okay. And so you would have been one of the reviewers of her performance evaluations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Primary reviewer on those performance evaluations. Let me make sure we're talking about the same thing. I'm talking about the mid-year of 2023 into the beginning and end year of 2024. Those 3 evaluations.
Yes.
You would have been one of the reviewers on that, correct?
Correct.
The first reviewer was her sergeant, Sergeant Edmond. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In those performance evals for mid-year 2023, end year, and then into 2024, Sergeant Edgman noted that she met,
Objection as to what Edgman, he'd have no personal knowledge laid for that.
he would have personal knowledge because he was the second reviewer on it, had to sign off. So he has perfect knowledge of that evaluation. He signed off on it.
I understood he was asking what Edgman said, so if he has personal knowledge, I'm not objecting, but what Edgman may have done is what I'm objecting to.
All I'm asking is what was contained in that evaluation, which he signed off on.
Overruled.
In those evaluations, we're talking about 3 evaluations. Sergeant Edgman, and you signed off on it, did you not?
Yes.
Found that overall Miss Byrd met standards. Is that right?
Correct.
He also found that Miss Byrd's quality of work needed improvement, did he not?
He did.
He felt that she needed to be more productive, did he not?
Did.
He found, in fact, that she was one of the least productive members of the shift, correct?
That's what he put, yes.
And you signed off on those
did.
evaluations, correct? You stated that you agreed with his assessments, correct?
I did.
Ms. Byrd talked to you about the potential or your drafting of a Form 1 or a commendation after what happened on April 13th, 2025. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That Form 1 that you were intending on drafting, you didn't have any information on the response route, on whether she used lights and sirens, on turning off dash cam. You didn't have any of that information prior to thinking about drafting a Form 1, right?
That is correct.
That Form 1 was based on how people were helping with the victims, taking care of the scene, that kind of thing after she arrived, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Byrd reviewed with you that church video and was saying, hey, look at those 2 people, look at that woman. Do you remember that? When we are dealing with a mass shooting, as we went through earlier, right? Someone's active shooter, it's an active shooter. One of the things you're supposed to do, stop the killing, stop the dying, right? Goes direct to threat, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that means you bypass people who might be witness or who might be victims because you need to get directly to the threat, correct? You would even bypass if someone is fleeing that could have been involved, you bypass that to get to who might be an active shooter, correct?
Just for the record, again, now we're bringing up active shooter, what he should have done under it, and that was not charged.
Not talking about the policy, but thank you.
You're talking about the conduct, and that conduct was not charged in the letter.
Overruled.
When you're dealing with a situation like the mass shooting on April 13th, 2025, would you expect officers to get direct to threat as quickly as they could in any way possible?
Yes.
Would that involve driving over curbs?
Yes.
No further questions.
Want to take a breath? That went really fast. I'm going to calm it down a minute. First off, she keeps talking about active shooter. Do we have a policy that says stop the killing, stop the dying?
That's part of active shooter.
Active shooter is actually called the active aggressor policy, is that right? And that policy has to do with building structures, correct?
Correct.
So when we're talking about applying that to Fifth Avenue Park, it doesn't fit this criteria, does it?
Does not.
Okay. We did a long scenario, and she did it really fast, so I'm going to break it down, okay? She was asking about, sorry. Thank you. I'm not used to performing but with a sensitive mic. Thank you. Council was asking you, went through several different points in relation to a hypothetical that she gave with the ultimate conclusion that that officer would need fired. So she talked about 50 seconds to leave, turning left, turning away, turning off a dash, skips streets. You recall what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. First off, you tell me that what you're used to doesn't have a lot of dash camera, it's older equipment.
Yes.
So do you know about the dash cameras that are in, say, Officer Byrd's unit?
I've been trained, familiar with it, but I have never used it.
And so you do know that, does that dash actually ever turn off?
I couldn't tell you.
And are you familiar with record after the fact?
Yes.
Describe what that is.
I think there is a button on there that you can push, and it goes back a little time and gets the recording prior to hitting the recorded button.
Okay. And I'm aware that, like, if you're out on foot, you can hit your body cam and that's gonna turn it to say record this. It kind of gives a signal to it.
Right.
But is it already recording?
If you can go back to it, I think it would, because our body cams, when we hit it, it goes back 30 seconds and then starts recording. It goes back 30 seconds. So I would assume that should constantly be recording if it can go back 30 seconds, but I'm not an expert on this at all.
Understand. But you're aware that obviously it must be going, because if you hit it, it's got to have something to go back on.
I would agree with that.
Right. Are you familiar with this area, 5th Street, 3rd Street, 2nd Street, 1st Street?
Yes, I am.
I know we skipped one. First off, 4th Street isn't an issue. That doesn't come all the way up, right?
That does not go all the way through between 6th and Harkrunner.
So as long as you've been an officer here longer than 2 days, don't do that street,
Correct.
unless you get a call on it. We're talking in hypotheticals now. But we've talked about if you're on scene, unless you know what they're looking at, can you make an opinion? What that officer is looking at?
No.
The stress of the moment. And first off, we've covered, all right, active aggressor doesn't cover this, right? If within that first 50 seconds, as you're getting out of that parking lot, you now hear officer on the other side at the northwest corner say, I have a shooting victim over here. Someone's actually been shot over here.
Yes.
Where's the priority?
Would be with that. You're saying no more shots have been fired, anything like that. Yeah, the victim is priority.
And you know that location. Do we have a problem with whether we turn left or right? You say it a different way. If you turn right, are you going to encounter people coming across the street that are leaving that location?
Yes.
If you have 2 officers that both decide to go left to try to get around, is there any problem with going left out of that parking lot? Talking about the streets, obviously 5th Ave is very close to that park area.
Yes.
Do you know how much time distance there is between 3rd and 1st Street?
Do not.
And does it change your opinion that you gave to other council if it took 10 seconds to get from 3rd to 1st?
It Doesn't change it. I just don't, I mean, I can understand missing a couple of streets. And the question is, why didn't we turn down that street? I don't know.
Right. There could be other radio traffic, there could be other things you're thinking of, there could be people on the road, we don't know. So we don't give a blanket answer just because it goes to a street.
Right.
If we're looking at routes and a decision of a street, are you aware of where Officer Murray was coming from?
I do not know. I know that Officer Murray works area 40 at that time, so I'm assuming that he was coming down Park Rider.
If he was coming from the old Walmart
Yes.
and bypassed Oak to come all the way down to, is that going to be
Sixth Street.
Sixth?
Yes,
Then he made a decision.
he did.
Can we agree that that's a lot longer of a distance between Oak and Sixth than it is between Third and First?
That is true, but Sixth Street is so much less traffic.
Yes. And can we agree then that First Street has a roundabout, houses only on one side?
Yes,
Would it be a faster street?
yes.
In relation to Sergeant Suite, are you aware that he came from the PD?
Yes.
So y'all kind of were going together.
Right.
Now, he skipped the entrance where you did. So he didn't take a direct route.
Correct.
Now, council also talked about some of these other performance evaluations. So I want to briefly talk about those. So were you in the chain of command? So that would have been after March 2023?
Yes.
And did you create these or did you sign off on it as the next higher up?
Signed off on him as the next higher up.
And you said that's what he put. I'm wondering what did you mean by saying that?
The thing is, Sergeant Edgman was a K-9 and was a K-9 supervisor. And he looked at performance of a K-9 different than, let's say, me, let's say another sergeant, because we don't know what their duties are, what they're supposed to be doing. And we know that, hey, if they're answering calls and they're assisting officers and everything, they're doing a great job. He looks at it more of, hey, you got this time, and this time. You're not doing, you're not being productive in this time and such. Maybe you need to do better. And me not being a K-9 expert at all, I looked at his stuff. I said, yeah, that does sound right. That yes, she can do better, can be more productive.
So you rely somewhat on what he has to say in terms of how he achieved that as
Yes.
the direct supervisor.
Correct.
If he had not put that information in there, would you have your own independent? That's what I really want to know. If your own independent assessment, would it have been different?
Yeah, I mean, I would have put, yes, in my eyes, she's a productive officer. She's a senior officer, and she assists the shift and does a really good job.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Lieutenant, you are dismissed.
Oh, thank you.
And thank you for that, because I know he works tonight. So thank you, sir. Get you some rest. We can stop my time. We will start our next person, if that is okay with the commission. That's going to be it'll take us a minute anyway, and I've been asked if we could take a 5-minute break. Okay, apparently I have commission approval as well. Thank you.
That will be fine. Okay, it's time that we need to get started back.
Mr. Leewood.
And I do need to make an objection to Lee Wood's testimony. Mr. Wood has been under the rule since the beginning that it would exclude him from watching the hearing, from sitting in the room during the hearing. And I have some evidence that I'm happy to present to the commission, a screenshot of him being on Facebook watching the hearing. May I approach Chairman, and I'll hand you that.
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, I just showed you a screenshot. It is taken from, I believe, the City of Conway Facebook page that airs or plays this hearing live. And on that, you can see when certain people are logging in to watch. And at the bottom, it identifies that Lee Wood has logged in to watch the hearing.
Do we have a date and time? This is not, it's not dated or timed.
Council, at this time, we're going to take an executive break and go back, and then we'll be back in just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we're considering an executive session.
And that has to do with a public official or public employee. Comment, demotion, discipline, you have to say what you're going to do by law.
At this time, we're going back.
Sir, sir, you're not a part of this hearing.
I'm a citizen under Arkansas Code 2519.
You do not have that option at this time.
Consider that.
We ask that you have a seat, and you do not have that option.
May I ask the
You're
question?
violating the law.
May I ask the question?
Yes.
What are y'all discussing?
We're discussing a photo that was handed to us.
That's not employment, promotion, or public official or employee, you're violating the law.
Before we go, Commissioners, may I ask a follow-up question of Mr. Wood in relation to this?
Go for it.
I now have one
Yes,
question.
yes, you may.
First off, in relation to the document that we were given, do we have a date and time related to this, ma'am?
It was taken one date during a hearing. I can get that date for the commission if you'd like it.
Commission, I think it would be most appropriate, and certainly you would want to know when this picture was taken, the date and time, because I think when we first started, it took us a couple of minutes, if we'll recall, before we invoked the rule. We had folks sitting in here, specifically Lieutenant Kennedy. No, Major, what is his title? He is Lieutenant, right? Okay. I try to give everybody their title. So I think the date and time would be important.
Yes,
And
I
then-
do too.
Two, I would like to ask a question of this witness in relation to, because I see his picture, and it does say Lee Wood is watching. I mean, we can all read that, right?
I can't, I'm looking at what you're seeing from my distance, and I
Oh.
don't have no clue.
I'm sorry, did they give you a picture, a copy of this? I'll be glad to share mine too, so you can see. Did you look at? Okay.
I have many. Intentional.
Thank you.
Because I actually think that's what we needed.
The date I have is September 9th. It was one of the days we were in the hearing, and I received it during the hearing.
Okay, so we don't know that it's from September 9th, but that you received it on September 9th?
That's correct. I believe it was taken when someone was watching it at the same time during the hearing. But do I know exactly the time? I do not. But I
Do
know
we
that it
have-
was during that time, and we know in that photo, Blake Hendricks is directing a witness or cross-examining a witness. He is at the podium. So we know that it was during the hearing. And I hear you, Ms. Byrd, on the issue of at the beginning, there were some people in this room. That was very early on before we even started taking testimony. I think it was while we were still dealing with preliminary, maybe scheduling issues. So yeah, and Mr. Hendricks was, when he questioned witnesses, the first witness to be called was Lieutenant Kennedy, and that was my witness. So if there was anyone at the podium at that time, and it's Blake Hendricks, that means we were further into the hearing.
And you
didn't
did say
take-
it was September the 9th?
That is the day I received it, Chairman.
But you received it from someone else?
Yes.
Is that person here to testify?
No.
Can we reproduce and pull this up now? Such that we can see it online?
So I've tried to do that, Angie. You can't get into Facebook and pull up, you can only pull up comments. You can't pull up who was watching after the fact. So that was taken live at the time it was happening.
And if I can have just a moment. Your Honor, I know that we are on a time clock, right? And I realize that the commission also has some things that they would like to discuss with this. I understand some of the public and even one of my co-counsels has brought up some of the rules in relation to what commission can discuss in executive decision. I would like an opportunity to actually look at this a little bit more and review some case law or facts in relation to the rules, because we don't have the rules. I do know that we wanted people to stay under the rule, so I need to know what, because he wasn't here when we announced that. So unless he was watching live and would know, and if this is him as opposed to someone else who might have had a login and used his, person, I haven't asked those questions of him. I'd like an opportunity to research that. Is it too early for us to note this as maybe our lunch break, such that I can do some of that research where it's on my lunchtime as opposed to taking up time for the council? Yes, it's too early? Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to be time efficient. Please tell me how you'd like me to proceed.
Yep. let's just go ahead and proceed for right now.
Okay. And in which case, here's what I would note, and I will raise it later as well, if need be. This is the first time that I'm seeing this. If we were in a court of law, this would not be introduced into evidence or be considered in any way because it is not stated in date, it's not stated in time, and the person who took this picture is not here to talk about its authenticity or in relation to those events. With the fact that we're in front of a commission who doesn't have those rules in relation to our proceedings, I would say that we should not be precluded from calling this witness. If anything, I will ask further questions about what he knew, when he knew, how long, if this is him, how long he might have watched, what did he know about any, whether or not he should have been watching or not listening as a witness. Next to, and then finally, I would like for him to be able to testify, because I think if anything, you could consider it in relation to weight, but he is a necessary witness. He is a witness in relation to our case. He was there on the review board and is over fleet, or was over fleet at that time.
Talking to Mr. Mason, I think the best route to go about this for you to inquire, but he will not be allowed to testify until we've established what's transpired here. And that is as him watching the live or not. Or
So,
watching it, period, doesn't have to be live, but go ahead.
okay. So I'll ask those questions first, is what I'm hearing how you'd like me to proceed? Okay. Mr. Wood, please state your name for the commission.
Lee Wood.
And you used to be with Conway Police Department. When did you leave that
Let
employment?
me swear him in right.
Oh, I thought we'd done that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Wood,
Commissioner, before you start that, ladies and gentlemen, with all due respect to both councils, we've had several outbursts in this hearing. We have two officers back here. If we have any outbursts, we're going to ask that you be removed. We understand that this is a complex situation. We're trying our best to diligently work through it, but we're not going to tolerate outbursts. So please keep those to yourself.
thank you, Commissioner. Be advised that you are under oath. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Wood. Let's try that again. Please state your name for the record.
Lee Wood.
And you used to be with the Conway Police Department, is that correct?
I did, yes.
How long were you employed with their department?
Right around 24 years.
And I realize that you recently retired. When was that?
September 1st.
Now, you have other employment now. Where do you work?
I do. I work for an upfit company building vehicles.
I'm going to get you to speak up just a little bit.
I work for an upfit company building vehicles.
So you work with fleet
Yes.
still?
I do. Mhm.
And I'm going to show you, because I don't think you've seen it, all right? This is a picture that I've just been given today.
Mhm.
Now, prior to today, had you ever come up here to the commission proceedings?
Yes, once.
Okay, when was that?
First day.
And were you here when we excused witnesses?
Yes, I was.
And were you here for the admonition where we say, don't talk, don't watch?
Yes.
All right. Since that time then, I'm showing you this. I don't know what day it was taken, but it appears to be something from Facebook that has, that looks like your picture.
It is, yes.
All right. So would that be Lee Wood is watching?
That's what it says.
Did you watch on any particular day to watch a Facebook Live?
I have not watched the Facebook Live. Every time I open my Facebook, it's there, and I try to scroll past it. If I clicked on it and it opened, I immediately closed it. I've not watched
Okay.
anything.
Commission, is there anything else on that particular point you would like to ask?
How do you explain your name and watching
on that post?
That's the only thing I can say is I must have clicked it, it opened, I closed it. I try not to even look at the comments that are attached to it. I just scroll past any article or anything which consumes your Facebook feed or mine anyway. I would have errantly clicked.
Thank you.
Is there anything else that you need to hear from opposing counsel?
The only thing I would state is I think many of us do, some may not, know how Facebook works. When you click on a video to watch it, it's not just scrolling that makes your name pop up. I scroll past videos all the time, but it requires clicking on it. And so that indicates to me that he did watch some of this hearing, maybe not much, but it appears that he did watch some of it. And so I think an appropriate determination is that he likely did watch some of it. Now, if the commission wants to go ahead and allow his testimony, I know it's an important witness for Ms. Bird's team. I just needed to lodge my objection, but I do think that it would be appropriate to make a determination that he likely watched some of this hearing.
If we're making an objection over likely, and listen, I'm going to tell you, I am not Facebook savvy, all right? What I've had whispered in my ear by co-counsel who is younger than me is that if you follow a page such as Civil Conway and the page that pulls up our Civil Service Commission, that it's automatically going to open. Did I get that right? And so he would have to scroll by or do something physically to close it out. You've heard everything that I know and some that somebody else told me. You've heard his testimony in relation to that issue. We were not aware of that until she just made this argument. Yeah, and there's nothing else. Everybody else has got either a like or a comment or anything else.
What is wrong with us to go back, as we said before, in executive session?
I think we need to. Give us 5 minutes to After our discussion and everything out there, we did announce, at the first about this, and we feel like that we're going to have to stick to that, and they're going to have to exclude him as a witness.
Your Honor, if you'll, first off, I would like to add to that argument, this is not authenticated. You can't take this as gospel truth. It's not timed, it's not authenticated. You don't have a witness here that took it. Not to mention, you don't have data. You don't have an IP address. This could be a fake profile, even. It's as easy as that. I didn't think about it till 2 seconds ago after you guys walked out, but it hadn't been probably 6 months ago that somebody took my mother's, who's 92 years old, and took her profile picture, which is what that little thing is, and created a fake account. So I don't see how without having more information that you can just take what they've said as gospel. And he said he has not watched.
And I can add some more information. I knew earlier before the commission went into closed session that it had come from someone at Conway PD. It came from Celeste Phillips, who is the assistant to Chief Harris. And since that, she has sent me other screenshots of Lee Wood logging on.
Chairman, if we don't really, y'all haven't followed the rules of evidence, but I want to talk about Rule 615 of the Arkansas Rules of Evidence, which is the rule of sequestering. And at least limited research says first that it's not mandatory that a person who's violated it be excluded. The commission is taking it, has to take into consideration, or the judges take into consideration, how severe, how intentional, what did they learn, how does it impact their testimony, and a number of other factors. So I'm not saying there wasn't a rule and vote, but the law at least says it doesn't mandate that, and there's not been a showing yet how that, if there was a violation, what did he hear? What impact does it have? Because the whole purpose of the rule is not to keep the truth hidden, but is to make sure somebody's testimony is not shaped by what they heard somebody else say. So in this particular case, we haven't heard, let's assume Mr. Wood saw it. We've had his testimony, but what did he hear? Who was testifying? Would it be something that he would likely change his testimony because he heard it? So I think basically what it boils down to is the city knows darn good well this is a man who was in the executive session, who heard what went on, who is an experienced officer, testified that he drove that route. He's the only one that has other than Ms. Birch. So he has a lot of information for this committee and you can also take into consideration whether his testimony is likely to be tainted. If he talks about what happened in that room and who said what, he may have heard from somebody here would not be. He was there. There's no doubt about it.
I would note, you don't have the person here who took this. The person who they just claimed took this snapshot is married to Major Clay Smith, who is involved in a federal lawsuit. And without more information or even the IP such that we can know whether that's a fake profile or not, what you only have in terms of testimony here in front of you, Commission, is Mr. Wood saying, I have not violated the rule. I have not watched.
I think that we have made, our decision that since we're going to, I know it doesn't have a lot of information that we need on here, but I think we're just still going to have to exclude him as a witness.
You'll note our objection. We will be wanting to make a proffer of his questions and answers. I'm happy to do that outside the presence of the commission, but I definitely need to make that in this format such that I can get his answers to these questions.
We'd like a subpoena issued to the secretary forthwith. Question.
Counsel, do you have something?
No, the only thing I would add on the issue of proffering, I think that's fine. I would ask that it be done outside the hearing of the commission. Ms. Byrd can proffer to the court reporter who can take it down, and that record will go up when and if either side appeals.
Okay, I think that would be a best decision then, as of right now, yes.
In which case, does the commission want to leave the room while I ask these questions and get his responses?
We'll leave the room, and we'll go ahead and eat while we're out, so.
We do need to be, if the court report wouldn't mind keeping the time, but I do want to note at this juncture, the petitioners have 143 minutes left and the response have 135 minutes left, dependent upon what, the use of the time while we're out.
If we could confer. We're petitioner.
How much time do you say they have?
They have 135 minutes left. Your side has 143 minutes left. I've been keeping the time,
I have
so.
them at 1:25, not our.
Well,
Yeah, I'm just trying to tell you the number.
Okay,
Sorry.
well, I'm the official timekeeper, so I'm
Who
just
would have
saying.
thought in law school we'd be adding that to our list of?
143 minutes left for the petitioner, 135 minutes left for the respondent.
Yes, sir.
We'll deduct the time to court report and let me know when I get back how much time's left, if you would.
Right. The objection, however, that was just raised, that was not our time, right?
No, that time has not been counted in. No, it
Okay.
has not.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
All right.
So sorry. No matter what. To make a proffer. I don't know.
I would say no, it's our property, it's not. They don't want to hear from him, they can do that in certain because
I don't have a strong feeling.
I don't.
I think you all decide how you want to use your time.
I think I did a proffer, you didn't. Okay. And we're starting time. Mr. Wood, please state your name for the record.
Lee Wood?
And you previously worked at Conway Police Department, correct?
Yes.
For how long?
24 years.
And how long were you a certified police officer?
24 years.
Are you still a certified police officer? Okay. Oh, I didn't know if you kept your certification.
It goes on for a little while, but I'm not employed anywhere with it.
Okay, so you're not going to keep it, have anybody carry you on their books? Sorry if I'm too close. You get closer?
Okay.
Okay, I need everybody to be quiet. During that time, you supervised other officers, correct?
Yes.
And what was your main duty, the last one?
I was over our support division, which included training, our fleet, our building, and several other things, IT.
Great. So you covered all of the units and all of the dash cam things that are connected and how they're tricked out with their lights or anything else, right?
Yes.
Now, first, we've already made somewhat of a record, but I want to be clear. Did you watch any part of these proceedings?
I did not. I did not watch any of it. If something automatically started when I scrolled, I only look at it from my phone. As far as Facebook
here's what has transpired. I got some additional information that while Officer Wood, and we were having our conversation and he was on scene, that apparently on our live feed on Facebook, there are multiple Lee Woods online right now with the same picture. And so we wanted to share that information with you. And I confirmed with him that his phone was in his pocket. He's not live Facebooking while we're here talking. We had paused our proffer, but that's why we had knocked on the door trying to see if you wanted to consider that additional information. And then when we didn't get you, we went ahead and continued with the proffer until we could get you to see if you would consider that, please.
Okay, well, didn't you, didn't you say earlier that that was you and that you did click on somehow?
No, I did not say that I had intentionally clicked. I said if I did, I just closed it. That looked like my profile picture in my profile. Yes,
Right.
it absolutely did. Now, on my phone, when I'm scrolling, those things just start going on Facebook, and I just scroll past them. I've not clicked on them to watch them, I guess is what if I did, I would have closed it. I don't remember ever clicking on it.
And if I may have a very brief response, if the commission cares to hear it. It's just this, earlier I'd stated, we had the screenshot and I said there were a couple of more all from the same day, September 9th. This hearing, as everyone knows, is very, very public. And so when things come up like that, particularly on the fly, there's always the chance that people in this situation could make Facebook profiles, get on there, make it look like that's what's going on. So this is new, but those types of things do happen. This is live. There are lots of people watching, lots of people with strong feelings.
I still think that we are going to have to dismiss him as a witness.
Understand. Now, we're still in our proffer.
Okay, so we will leave for that.
And on behalf of the commission, I will say this too. The hearing will conclude at 5 p.m. today.
Yes, sir.
Each of you, I don't know how many minutes you burned, but there won't be a day past today. So on behalf of the commission, I'd ask you to use your time judiciously.
Yes, sir.
Have y'all got a plan going on the minutes or anything?
I believe so. Could we please do a little housekeeping? Want to be sure about numbers when we left, Mr. Giles? I know you had given us numbers as to where we were when we started the proffer. Could you
Yeah,
remind me?
I think though that, well, obviously chairman can step in here, but if we're gonna finish by 5, we're now down to, what is that, 3.5 hours? And I think
sir.
if we break it down by percentages, because I did it back there, by the minutes we had left, petitioners would have 51% of that time, and respondents would have 49% of that time. Of course, if you all want to leave time for deliberation, but.
I guess what I'm
Somewhere
getting at is this. I think you gave us a number of how
Right,
many
yeah,
minutes we
that
had
was-
left.
At that point, it was 143 minutes and 135 minutes.
Okay.
But
In
obviously, we don't have that allotment of time left.
Right, with our proffer, we took
Right.
74 minutes for the proffer.
Okay.
So we should have 69 minutes left. And I wanted to make sure we were all on the same page with that.
Gotcha, okay.
And
I
we
understand
will-
where you're going, yes.
Next housekeeping, I'd like for Mr. Wood to be released. I didn't want to do that without the commission being okay with that in case there was anything else that we needed to address. I don't like to let witnesses leave.
Yeah, he could be released.
Okay,
So-
thank
so-
you.
So how many minutes, I'm sorry, did you say you had left? You took
60.
74?
Yes, sir. Please check my math, but I think that is 69 minutes left.
Yeah, I think that would be right. You're right, yeah. 69 left.
Yeah.
Did and the respondents didn't use any of their time? Okay, gotcha. All right.
In which case, we're going to call Lieutenant Chris Paget next.
Officer, would you say your name for us, please?
Christopher Paget.
And Mr. Paget, or Officer Paget? Lieutenant Paget, I see it now. Lieutenant Paget, you are under oath. Do you promise to swear the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. Lieutenant, please state your name and occupation for the commission.
Lieutenant Christopher Paget. I'm a shift commander for Conway Police Department.
And how long have you been a certified police officer?
A little over 29 years.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Have you been with Conway Police Department all of that time?
No, it's about 26 years with Conway Police Department.
Under your time frame with CPD, have you had people that you supervised?
Lots of people, yes.
And during that time frame, have you supervised Brittany Byrd?
Yes, I have.
About how long of a time frame did you supervise her?
I don't know the exact time frame, but it was several years.
During the time frames that you supervised her, how would you describe how she conducts herself as an officer overall?
She's a very good officer.
During the time that you supervised her, did you ever have occasion to discipline her or counsel her on anything?
Not that I recall, no.
On the other end of the scale, have you commended her?
Yes.
And I know you commend an officer both verbal and letters of commendation. Did you do that verbal or in writing?
Probably both.
And what types of words do you recall using to describe her performance?
Very competent, very proficient in her job.
You recall in 2017 writing a letter of commendation stating that she was operating at the level of a 5-year law enforcement, not a 2-year
Yes.
officer?
Yes, I recall that.
How would you describe her drive at her job?
It was very good. She's always wanted to do the right thing and be as professional as she can.
I'm going to fast forward and talk about the events of April of 2025, okay?
Okay.
What was your shift on that Saturday and Sunday?
We were day shift.
And in relation to Saturday, did you get information about the toad suck and lit at the lake weekend type materials?
About the toad suck, what was going on at toad suck, I found out about that, yes.
And just briefly, were there issues with that during your time on shift on Saturday?
The deputy that was working off duty had initially called for help with traffic. Then they canceled us. And they called us back
I
again.
apologize for interjecting, but I must object. This is off topic. We're talking about Saturday. And even when we get into Sunday, he was day shift supervisor. I submit to you, this is not relevant testimony.
I think it's relevant testimony in the sense that it is the circumstances that led up to what went on Saturday afternoon. It's the totality of the circumstances. We probably already spent more time now talking about it on the objection on what we were planning on Saturday and Sunday morning. Surely, and Sunday afternoon surely has some bearing on what was going on Sunday afternoon.
No, it's overruled.
Okay, meaning I can continue, right? All right. So briefly, you had information that there's an issue at Toad Suck. They canceled it, but then they came back and said, please help.
Yes.
And what steps did you take to tell command staff about the request?
2 officers were initially dispatched to Toad Suck. Shortly after that, I called Major Presley, let him know what was going on, and that the sheriff's department was working off duty, security for the event. He said, it's their event, let them work it. So I pulled my officers back and told them they need to call more county deputies to work the event.
Right, and that's pretty much the end of your involvement.
That's it.
Now, when you got in to work on Sunday, what would have been your shift on Sunday?
It was either 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning, whatever time I got there.
And at the time you got there, did you have information about how Saturday night went?
I heard there was some party at Knights of Columbus, but I wasn't sure about the details about that.
Based on the information that you had, that obviously there was some kind of problem, did you also try to get information about what was supposed to happen on Sunday?
I initially didn't know anything about Sunday until later on.
Okay. When did you become aware of the Sunday Fun Day event?
It was later in the afternoon.
And who told you?
I don't recall who told me.
Okay. Once you got that information, what steps did you take in terms of plans?
Oh, well, Sergeant Gray went out with a couple of officers just to monitor the situation. And he just kept me updated on what was going on.
Right, and that supposedly started at 3 p.m.?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
And I know there's cameras in there at the PD. What does that camera show us?
Different aspects. There are different views of the park.
Did you monitor those as well? Did you tell command staff above you about these events?
I did. It was about 1700 in the evening.
1700, is that 5 p.m.?
5 p.m., I'm sorry.
You're okay. I should know by now. We've been dealing with these a lot. And who did you contact with command staff?
I text Major Presley.
And what did you send by text to Major Presley?
FYI, we have a large gathering at Fifth Avenue Park, no hired security.
And did he have a response?
And 4.
Did you ever get any other instruction from Major Presley or anyone else on command staff?
No, I did not.
Was there any other plan that got formulated while you were on duty after that?
None that I heard.
Right. Were you aware of the phone calls that were coming in on the non-911 phone line?
They said there were numerous phone calls coming in about the traffic. And Sergeant Gray, they were working the traffic as best they could out there.
When would your shift have left for the day?
7 p.m.
Did you ever get information that a little bit before 7 that a lot of people, hold on just a moment. Thank you. That a lot of people had run from the pavilions at Fifth Avenue Park?
I did not hear that.
If you had been told information about people running from the park, and there being an allegation of guns on scene, would you have wanted to know that information?
Yes.
What would you have done if you had received that information while you were still on duty?
Put as many officers as I could in the park.
During all the time frame that you supervised Officer Byrd in any capacity, have you ever known her to drive away from any problem?
No.
Seen anything that would make you think in any way that she was scared or a coward?
I've never seen that. No.
I'm going to pass the witness at this time.
Oh, Angie. Lieutenant, you were day shift supervisor, April 13th, 2025, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Shift 7 a.m., 7 p.m.,
Yeah, roughly.
roughly. Did you leave roughly and go home about 7 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
So you were at home when the mass shooting occurred?
Yes.
Did you even hear the call about shots being fired?
I was notified by text that after it had happened.
You did not respond to the scene?
No.
So no personal knowledge of what happened out there at Fifth Avenue Park?
Right.
Preceding that, I think it was noted that around 4:14 p.m., the department received a citizen's complaint about, quote, outlaws with guns. Is that when, did you dispatch Sergeant Gray then to the area to do a walkthrough or a drive-through?
Sergeant Gray took it upon himself to go out to the park.
To your knowledge, was Sergeant Gray able to verify or not able to verify anything about anybody with guns?
He wasn't able to verify that.
And then about 5 p.m., I think Officer Rachel Keir goes out to the park too. Is that right?
Yes.
And your understanding is she didn't report any illegal activity to justify shutting that party down?
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that the party was growing. Is that right?
Yes.
Sergeant Gray goes back out to keep an eye on it. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think it's 5:02 p.m. You text Major Presley. Is that right?
Yes.
And just to advise him, party.
Yes.
Okay. And he responded with a 10-4 acknowledging that he had received your text.
Correct.
You were Brittany Byrd's supervisor for how long?
Several years,
Several years.
3-4 years.
Prior to April 13th, 2025, how long had it been since had she been under your command?
Approximately 3 years.
About 3 years?
Yes.
So the last time you were her supervisor and reviewing her conduct would have been like 2022?
The last eval I signed, I believe, would be for the end of 2021,
2021.
for the end of your eval, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thanks.
The 4:14 p.m. and then shortly after that, he talked about verifying. Did you ever have any information closer to when you got off about when people were running out there on the cameras?
No, I did not.
Okay. So you don't know if that was after that or not?
Correct.
Lieutenant, you are just, you're still, I'm sorry.
I should have done that before I left. I'm through with this witness, being that was the redirect. I think you're done. May he be excused.
You may be excused.
Thank you.
Christy Penister. Christy Penister.
So I will state Christy Pinister was not on their witness list. As this commission put out in the scheduling order, whatever witnesses we wanted to use, they had to be identified in our stipulated facts and disclosure of witnesses and exhibits. Ms. Pinister was not identified by the petitioner, and so I think it would be inappropriate at this time for them to be presenting her as a witness.
Well, I guess they don't want to hear from the victim's family. She contacted our office and asked to be able to talk to the commission. Her niece was one of the people killed out there in the park. And she has a letter that the family wants the commission to have. Now, if council objects to the family being able to talk to the commission, she may have a valid, we didn't get to, as an exhibit, the timely, right after it happened, the disqualification for Lee Wood. And so if it's whatever the commission wants to rule, if it wants to say this lady who drove from England, Arkansas, and the family can't tell commission their feelings, that would be your all's decision.
I am perfectly fine with someone ultimately coming into a commission, any commission, and telling them what they think about things. The issue before this commission, though, today is Ms. Bird's response. And I don't know anything about this witness. Apparently, she is associated with the victim's family. I don't anticipate that she would have information about the response of Ms. Bird, the response on that day. I do not believe she was present. So one, not identified on their list. Two, I don't know what kind of information she might have that would move the issue before this commission forward. Three, of course, commissions want to hear from people, from citizens, but this is a hearing about Ms. Bird's response and her termination.
I think it's best that she cannot testify.
So the commission decided they don't want to hear from the victim's family. I just want it on the record. That's the decision of the commission.
That is the decision of the commission.
I make a proffer of her letter for the record. At this time, we rest. There's not adequate time to put Ms. Bird on because of the commission chief, the city had 6 days to put on their testimony. Chief Harris was on the stand for a day and a half, almost, and to try to do justice with the time limit that we got put by Ms. Bird, and do a normal lawyer's examination of her and cross-examination. There's just not the time, and so we're not going to try to violate the time or do a halfway job of examining her.
In rebuttal, we're going to call Mike Dixon. He's in North Carolina. We'll need just a minute for the technology to get him in by Zoom. Is that all right?
That's fine.
Briefly, while they're setting that up, I need to make a record of an objection to that. Part of the confrontation clause in the fact that we're having this commission hearing as well is I think they should be in person. And so I'm going to make an objection to the fact that they're going to be appearing by Zoom and that I would anticipate that they would need to be in person so that I can ask questions. I can't show him anything if he's on Zoom.
We can actually help you out on that by screen sharing, but to be just blunt, the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause applies only in criminal proceedings. It's a right of a criminal defendant.
Okay, he may testify.
Thank you.
So, a little bit awkward, but Ms. Self is going to, she ought to do the questioning actually, but she's just going to work the computer. So it'll be 2 minutes. There you go. Mike, are you there? Yes, sir. Can you hear me all right? Yeah. Can we all hear him? Oh, yeah. Mike, give us a sound check.
Sure. How's this?
Better? Okay. Mike, your name is Mike Dixon, Dixon, is that correct?
Correct.
Needs to be sworn in. My apologies.
Be advised that you are under oath. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mike, you're in North Carolina, is that right?
That's right. Near Raleigh, North Carolina.
How are you employed?
I'm a GIS
Counsel.
programmer.
Counsel.
GIS
Excuse
professional
me.
with
Mike,
Southern Software.
Mike, hang on just one second.
They're not gonna be able to see that up there, but just to know, we can see it right here. I don't know what happened with the connection.
Yeah. Mike, apologies, we're having a little video issue. Nothing. Well, we still don't have it. You guys can see it? Is that all right with everybody? Okay. Mike, you said you're in what, around Raleigh, North Carolina?
That's right.
You said you do what for a living now?
I'm a GIS software developer for Southern Software.
What is GIS developer?
So GIS is Geographic Information Systems, specialize in location-based data, location-based technology, and in my particular case, programming using both of those.
There we go. We finally got you on the big screen. All right, you
Okay.
are you the director of Geographic Information Systems with Southern Software?
That's right. If there's a map in an app that we have, I have my hands in it in some fashion.
Tell the commission what Geographic Information Systems is, GIS. What is that?
So it's estimated that 80% of the data that's out there in the world has a location component, a place. I build systems and work with systems that leverage that location information for informed decision making, in particular situational awareness, operational awareness, and building relationships based on where things are in the world.
Southern Software, does it have a relationship with Conway Police Department?
Yes, we are the computer-aided dispatch provider for Conway PD.
Computer-aided dispatch, will remember it's CAD or CAD?
That's right.
Okay.
Commonly referred to as CAD.
Got it. Have you been to Conway PD before?
I have. It's been a few years, but I've been to Conway.
Doing what?
We had some meetings related to custom reports, some new requirements for our CAD, and I was provided some technical expertise on that meeting.
And so am I getting this right? Southern Software is the vendor for Conway PD?
Correct.
And the product that you guys are providing is the computer-aided dispatch for global positioning satellite system?
That's right. The GPS, or global positioning system, is a fairly significant component of our computer-aided dispatch, or CAD mapping.
All right, let's go walk briefly through your education and experience. What education do you have in GIS?
So I'm pushing 28 years experience in working with mapping and GIS. I have a bachelor's degree in emergency and disaster management and a master's degree in geographic information science and technology from North Carolina State.
When did you get your master's in GIS from NC State?
Let's see, my master's from NC State was around 2018, 2019, I believe.
So how long have you been your experience in GIS?
Gosh, that's been easily 25 years of my total experience in mapping.
Okay, Mike, I'm showing you your resume. Can you identify that?
Yeah, that's mine.
Okay, let me share it with everybody.
Sure.
This will be, we'll mark as Exhibit 22 and move for its admission.
Do you have any objections, counsel? May be admitted.
And no need to go through it in detail. Again, it shows your Director of GIS Development for 2008 to present with Southern Software. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then what did you do with Wake County, North Carolina?
So I'm with Wake County, North Carolina Emergency Management, and I specialize there in systems integration, process automation, connecting systems that use GIS together, again, for decision making.
Okay. All right. Mike, this project that you have been assigned for us involves GPS plotting and mapping. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And you've reviewed the work of Mark Nelson. Is that right?
I have.
Okay. An issue that has come up, that came up with Mr. Nelson, was the issue of potentially tampering with the GPS data in this case. Was there anything, you reviewed the GPS data in this case?
I have.
Was there anything in your review to suggest that the GPS data had been tampered with or manipulated with in any way?
I've not seen any such signs that the data has been tampered.
Is that a difficult thing to do, to tamper or manipulate GPS data?
In this case, it would be because of both the timestamps that are embedded in the raw data and the database timestamps that indicate when we stored that data as it flowed in. And the difficulty with tampering with that would be it would create significant overlaps because this is a stream of data. So if you were to try to change the timestamps, things would get out of sequence. They would get out of order, and that would be hard to cover your track. You know, it would be hard to manipulate that data without it being obvious that it was manipulated.
Understood. You have produced about a 6-page, essentially slides relevant to this case. Is that right?
That's right.
And let's just walk through with the commission each one. Let's look at slide number 1. All right, slide number 1, if we can see it, GPS data flow and computer-aided dispatch. Just walk the commission through this. This is the basic mechanics of GPS data and how it works, and how the system works. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. In particular with our computer-aided dispatch, but even in general, this is the flow of GPS data into any system.
Got it. And so that flow is, we have our GPS satellites. I think there are about 30 in outer space. Is that right?
That's right. And they're orbiting the Earth. They're not synchronous. The same satellites are not always directly overhead. They come in and out of view, but they're continuously circling the Earth. And all they do is broadcast a very, very accurate time code. And that's pretty much their role out there in space. Now, your GPS receiver that a lot of people may be familiar with, you know, the GPS in your phone, GPS used for surveying, and in this case, GPS devices that are used for tracking vehicles, they're a receiver of that information. And by receiving multiple signals from multiple satellites and analyzing that time code, the receiver can determine how far away it is from each satellite. And then using a math process similar to triangulation, it can take those measured distance and calculate where on the Earth's surface the receiver is located.
And so the GPS, sorry, Mike. No, I interrupted. Please go right ahead.
So that receiver, that's all it's doing is monitoring those satellites, calculating their location, and outputting an industry standard message, or we call them a sentence, a NEMA sentence. And we'll look at that in a bit, I'm sure. But that sentence is captured by our software. It's written to the database, and that is our data of record of where that device was at any given time.
Long and short, we have 30 plus satellites orbiting Earth. They're owned by the United States government. Am I right?
Correct. The GPS system is owned by the U.S. government. And the
GPS satellites are transmitting time. Is that right?
That's right. A lot of people mistakenly refer to it as the satellites are tracking me, but the satellites don't know anything about you. All they know is what time it is and how to send that out.
And the GPS is emitting a signal of atomic time. Is that right?
That's right. These are highly accurate atomic clocks on these satellites.
I think I understand. Then the the satellite time emission is picked up by a receiver here on Earth. We following you yet?
Correct.
Okay. For instance, like our cell phones have receivers in them, right?
That's right.
Okay. And you're familiar with law enforcement. Law enforcement, almost all their vehicles have a receiver to pick up the GPS timestamps.
That's right.
And then that signal is then sent to a laptop in the squad car. Is that right?
Yeah, in this case, the receiver is connected to a laptop, and the laptop is the first recipient of that data from the receiver.
Okay. And so is it the laptop that's actually then doing the location calculus?
So at that point, when it hits the laptop, the location is already determined.
Okay.
The laptop is just kind of the piece in the middle that talks to the receiver and knows how to talk back to our computer-aided dispatch system. So it just relays that message to our server.
Got it. So GPS signal to receiver, laptop, and then computer-aided dispatch, the CAD database, it goes there.
That's right.
And that's you. Is that you?
Yes, the computer-aided dispatch database is us.
In other words, that Southern Software, the information is going to your database at Southern Software.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Let's move to our next slide and explain this to the commission. Oh, sorry, Jojo. GPS data flow and computer-aided dispatch. Too much to work through. Give us the highlights. What is this?
So the highlights is the raw message. I'll start with the right-hand side there on the slide. On the right-hand side is the raw message. This is the actual data that comes straight off that GPS receiver.
Mm-hmm.
On the far left side, under that update when column, that is the timestamp when that record is written to our database. So between the time that it's captured by the laptop and relayed back to our computer-aided dispatch, there could be a couple of seconds of latency. There could be several seconds of latency due to the network traffic, connectivity issues. The laptop might have to hold on to these messages for a few seconds before relaying them.
Mm-hmm.
But that raw data that's stored in the raw message column, that is the actual location and timestamp that was calculated by the GPS receiver.
I think I get it. So right-hand side, when GPS location captured, that's the raw data.
That's right.
That's the raw unadorned data from the satellites?
That is the raw data from the receiver. The receivers output an industry standard format called NEMA or NMEA, and that is what we store in that column.
Got it. Left-hand side, update when. Is that when then the data is, I guess, uploaded or downloaded into the computer-aided dispatch, into your database?
That's right. When that row of data is created or stored in our database, we timestamp it with the current server time.
And are you telling us, Mike, that there can be some delay? The raw message, the raw data, there can be some delay to when it is downloaded into the software system?
There can be some just natural network latency or connectivity latency.
Okay.
There could even be server time issues. You know, anything could cause a little bit of delay and would be reflected in that update when column.
And so is the raw data, I guess I'm going to use my own words, the raw, unadorned, true, the reliable data?
It is.
Let's go to your next slide. I'll just read the top. Explanation of raw data. The NMEA, National Marine Electronics Association, standard message format for GPS. Mike, there is a ton of information on here, but can you whittle it down to what's the most important for us?
Yeah, sure can. What we want to focus on are the parts that are shown in the red color. that is a timestamp, the UTC time. So that's the number of seconds that have elapsed since midnight on the day this data was captured. That's our highly accurate time we've been referring to.
Let me, Mike,
The
let me-
latitude and long. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, let me pause you right there. If we went back to our previous slide, the very first entry, is this the long version of the entry on the previous slide? 225, 413. And is this the raw data associated with that first entry?
I would have to look. I'm not sure if that's I think that was pulled from the actual data, yes. But it's more of an explanatory example of the NEMA data than an artifact from the actual data.
I'm completely with you. So, oops. So we got our UTC time, and this is in seconds after midnight UTC time, right?
That's right.
So this entry is 4,532 seconds past UTC midnight.
That's right.
What else is important in this for us to know?
The lat long values, so the latitude, the north latitude, the west latitude, that gives you the precise XY location on the map of where that GPS was at that time.
Got it. Now, GPS, it does not calculate speed, right?
No, this sentence in particular does not contain speed. That has to be derived from using mathematics and calculating based on the positions.
Understood. And nor does GPS calculate acceleration or deceleration, right?
Not in this case. This sentence does not include any of that info.
Right. And so you have to do some math to get to that point, right?
Yeah, in this case you do.
And is this the graph that you come up based on the raw data, the raw NMEA, I think we call it NEMA, right? NEMA, the raw NEMA data. Tell us what you found here. And and I don't mean to interrupt, it's just that we all know this now. Speed is distance divided by time.
Yeah, that's right. Since we know the precise time when these locations were captured, and we can measure the distance from one to the next, we can apply this math formula and say, if this point travels X number of feet in 2 seconds, it must have been going X miles per hour.
And is this a graph, a chart that you did based on the raw data regarding Brittany Byrd on April 13th of 2025?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'll try to blow it up. You've got your start time, right? Here's your start time. Let's just hit the highlights and then I'll zoom in. Here's your start, correct?
Correct.
And your understanding that is from a parking lot in a church across the street from 5th Avenue Park in Conway, Arkansas.
Yes, that's what I understand.
And here's the end time. And is that your understanding of when Brittany Byrd's unit entered 5th Avenue Park?
Yes.
And then you plot, ask it non-leadingly, did you then plot her route of travel from the parking lot to 5th Avenue Park?
I did. For the start and ends, I looked for the number of consecutive records where the vehicle was basically stationary. And then in between those times, I plotted everything in between that was in the raw data.
Now, explain a little bit more in depth to the commission how you did this.
I'm going to object for just a moment.
So it involved taking
I'm
that
sorry,
Senate structure.
Mr. Nixon. Thank you.
Hang on just a second. We have an objection to field.
Okay.
Commissioner, I keep hearing raw data. So I have a follow-up question for Mr. Dixon, if I can voir dire for just a second. Meaning I have a question for him about what he's referring to. Mr. Dixon, my name is Angela Byrd. You keep talking about raw data. The raw data that we just looked at on a previous screen, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And that raw data, did it have a unit number that said 504?
Yes, it did.
Did you review the KLM files that were actually provided to Brittany Bird's attorneys?
Yes, I did compare to those files.
And you noted that ours does not have a 504 listed on there, correct?
Yes, I did. In the KML data, there was no unit identifier.
All right, thank you for that. My objection here, Your Honor, is that he's testifying to data that I don't have a copy of. I can't cross-examine him above. I don't think it should be coming into evidence before this group. The evidence that's been presented to us, that was given to us twice, does not have any listing for 504. So I don't know if this is accurate data, if we've already noted that it's not in line with what was presented by my experts. So that would be my objection and request that he not be able to testify from raw data at all.
And let me try to respond to the extent that I think I understood the objection. Because this graph does not identify the unit 504, which is Brittany Bird's, is that the objection?
No, sir, I'm saying that the data is different. Anytime you change the data and the data that's provided to me does not have a number listing on it such that I have raw data, my client, my expert couldn't review raw data to know whether or not something had been tampered or changed. In which case, he shouldn't be allowed to testify about raw data. He should be testifying from the KML files that were given to us. That's my objection.
So let me follow up on that, and if I can do it with a question for Mike. Mike, if one knows GIS, do they know that there's raw data and they need to go get the raw data?
That would be a reasonable question or expectation that a GIS professional would have. Only because KML is typically a format that you publish to from something else, much like a PDF likely has a source document that's a Word document or something similar. A KML is usually derived from another data source.
In other words, if you're an expert in this field, you know you got to go get the raw data, or the raw data is going to be helpful and is the most accurate information. If you're an expert in the field, you would know to do that, correct?
Correct.
And Mark Nelson never called you up and said, provide me raw data?
No.
Okay.
If I can follow up, the objection here, gentlemen, is that we did an FOI, plus we're here in relation to a termination. We're given materials that should be exhibits having to do with GPS. It is not the obligation of my side of the table to go get raw data. They should not testify about raw data if it's not what it was supplied to us. We've asked repeatedly, had to file lawsuits and get information by court order. They should not be allowed to testify about raw data.
Quick follow-up. And Mike, this was on your slide too. This is the data and it contains the raw data, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
We're just waiting on a ruling in relation to that. I'm sorry.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And so Mike, this is Brittany Bird's route, correct?
Correct.
You verified it. That's her route of travel, correct?
Correct.
And you plotted, I don't know how many GPS plots you have, but you gave us the maximum speeds. And can you tell us, well, back up. Tell us about your plotting, how you arrived at these conclusions on this chart.
Sure. So by parsing out that raw data into its parts, its Latin long coordinates and its timestamps, we're able to plot the points on the map. And then based on the distance between consecutive points and the change in time, we were able to calculate the speed it would have taken to move from one point to the next.
The simple speed equals distance over time calculus based now on the raw data, correct?
That's right.
What are the two maximum speeds and where?
So the max speed I'm seeing is 48.8 miles an hour, and that's down in the southeast corner of the map near the
Right here.
roundabout or traffic circle.
Yeah, that would be Central Landing.
And then the next highest speed I saw was the 48.1 miles an hour. That's over on the left or the western side of the map there.
Got it. Mike, can you calculate, and I think this is going to be a simple proposition, but can you calculate Brittany Bird's average speed from start to end?
Yeah, we sure can. What we would want to do is discard those points that are in the parking lot, because there's a lot of records that have a 0 or a 0.5 miles an hour, and we wouldn't want that to skew down the actual results. So if we toss out anything below, say, 5 miles an hour and just get the actual route of travel, we're looking at an average of around 21 miles an hour. I believe I came up with 21.16 specifically, but around 21 miles an hour.
Got it. And to be clear, you're excluding when the vehicle is stopped. For instance, in the parking lot, the speed is 0. You're not including that in your calculation, right?
That's right.
Are you only including when the vehicle is in motion?
Yeah, in fact, I ruled out, I left out any speed results that were below 5 miles an hour,
Okay.
just to make sure we were capturing actual travel time.
Understood. Did you also calculate it using the non-raw data?
I did, with the non-raw data, using the database timestamps instead of the raw data. I came in a little bit faster at 22 miles an hour, 22.13 miles per hour, using the same process, excluding any 5 mile per hour or less speeds, and just averaging based on the actual vehicle in motion.
So whichever way you go about it, I'm sorry, what was happening? Whichever way we go about it, raw data, 21.16 miles per hour, non-raw, 22.13 miles per hour. Average travel time from moving out of the parking lot to entering Fifth Avenue Park. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, let's look at our next one. And Mike, tell us what this is.
So this is a graph of the vehicle speed over time. So from the start being on the left-hand side of the graph to the end, but those being flat lines because, the vehicle was not moving during those times. So as you progress through time across this graph, you see the data points plotted and connected with a line indicating how fast the vehicle was going at that time.
With you, and you're doing this plotting per minute?
Yeah.
Every interval is a minute, is that right?
Yeah, every interval on the graph is a minute, and then in between you see the approximately 2-second plots of the vehicle's GPS data.
I'm with you. And so let's look at that GPS plot. And is that the same one here on Central Landing? That makes
Correct.
sense? Okay.
Yep.
So that's that data point. The next highest one you have is here, and that would correspond to that GPS data point.
That's right.
Right. And so this is just the graph form of the prior slide. Is that right?
Exactly. Same data, just a different visualization.
Okay, next one, plot of speed calculated at each point based on the GPS timestamp and a 4-point moving average. Begin with the proposition of why did you create this slide?
Well, even at every 2 seconds, we're really grabbing a snapshot of what that vehicle is doing at that time. Realistically, though, a vehicle is accelerating and decelerating as it's driving.
Mhm.
And to come up with a little bit more realistic picture of how that travel took place over time, we look at the current data point, but we also look at the previous 3, and we do an average of those 4 points. And then for the next point, we look at that current point plus the previous 3, and it gives us a smoother depiction of what the travel might have been like as that car was going from one point to the next.
Understood. So what is so we see the raw speed, that was the graph we just looked at that shows the 2 high points, less than 50, which is going to correspond to Central Landing and the one on, I guess, First Avenue. And then the red line, that's the 4-point moving average.
It is.
And it comes up, why does it come up slightly slower?
That's just a side effect of the averaging. So if the previous 3 points are a much lower speed, it's going to pull that average down slightly. So it has the effect of giving you a more accurate picture of what the speed might have felt like driving that route. But we preserve the actual data points on the graph either, so that we never lose sight of the actual raw data that was collected.
Understood. And your baseline is 25 miles per hour.
That's right.
And is that, well, that's fairly consistent with what you've come up with as Bird's average speed from beginning to end. It's slightly above that, correct?
It is. And it's kind of arbitrary, the baseline, but it gives you a good visual of approximately how much of the trip was spent above that threshold and how much was spent below it.
Okay. Let's see. A little bit of help. I'm going to ask you to look at, you reviewed all of the information from Mark Nelson that was provided. Is that right?
I did.
And I want to ask you a question or two about a few of them. All right, this is Mr. Nelson's 4-point moving average of speed. And he included everybody, but this screenshot was the one he testified to. That is Bird and Autumn Smith overlaid on top of each other. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I understand this map to represent.
And there's no key on this we see it's color coded, right?
Yeah.
But we don't have a key to understand what that is.
No, we would have to make some assumptions.
Well, you don't have to assume, because Mr. Nelson told us earlier today, it's speed, green is slow, purple is highest speed. So there, assume that.
That would have been my assumption as well.
All right. Yeah, and so you see Autumn Smith's lower left-hand side, purple, high rate of speed. Yes?
Yes.
Do you see Brittany Bird in the purple anywhere on Mr. Nelson's?
I do not.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Self, you told me how to do it, and I couldn't figure it. And you might as well stay right here. All right. Did you see this?
I have
Mr.
seen
Nelson?
this.
All right. What does it tell you? Do you agree or disagree with this analysis?
I would agree with this analysis. It definitely looks reasonable. again, the GPS itself does not measure the acceleration and braking. You would typically need other sensors in the vehicle to directly measure that, but you can, based on the change in speeds from point to point, calculate a acceleration and deceleration. These look reasonable just at a glance because, you know, there's braking as you approach things like intersections or traffic circles, and there's acceleration in relatively straight stretches. So yeah, this looks reasonable to me.
Got it. And what's the mathematical equation for determining acceleration, deceleration?
So just like speed was a change in distance over time, if you take that change in speed over time, you arrive at acceleration or deceleration.
Understood. Let's look at one more. Okay, do you recognize, hang on. And Mike, do you recognize this as a document that we received from Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
What is it?
That is also a 4-point moving average over time, similar to ours.
I was going to say, do you agree with it or disagree with it?
I would agree with this.
Yeah, and so to explain to the commission what it's showing.
So again, what we're looking at is for every location that we've recorded, we're looking at that current data point plus the previous 3. And instead of plotting the actual data point, we're plotting the average of those 4. And again, it removes what we call GPS jitter, anomalies, any random spike in the data that may not represent an actual speed. And it gives you a better flow to try to represent what actually happens when a vehicle is traveling. You know, it's not suddenly jumping from, say, 30 to 40 miles an hour. It transitions between those speeds, and that's what these curves show.
And along this graph, for the 4-point moving average, what do you see as the maximum speed?
The maximum speed is between 40 and 45, kind of right in the middle of those two values.
Yeah, so let's start on this one. You see that one?
Yeah.
That's going to correspond to the earlier graph of 48.8 on Central Landing.
Yeah.
Got it. We start out early. It's a little over 40, between 40 and 45 miles per hour. This would correspond to the GPS data point on First Avenue.
That's right.
And so it sounds like you and Mr. Nelson, when you do the 4-point rolling average, come up with the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I have just 1 second?
Sure.
So of our exhibits we've marked as Exhibit 23, there are 2 correct and authentic, your work product, right? Mike, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so our exhibits that we've gone through, true, authentic, correct. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'll move for admission of those documents.
I object to their admission on the same basis that I've already covered. It's based on raw data that was not provided to counsel for Brittany Byrd.
Overruled.
Note our objection, please.
And the copies will be coming in as admitted. And Mike, I don't have any further questions, so I'll pass the witness to either Ms. Burr, I assume Ms. Bird.
And could we take a 5-minute break?
Mike.
And we're just missing one attorney, but he's on his way back right now. Should be like 2 seconds.
I'm with you.
Okay. Please don't let my clock run while Mr. Blake Hendricks is on his way in.
There he is.
Thank you.
Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Again, I'm Angela Byrd. I represent Officer Byrd. Yes, we are related.
Could you bring, yes,
Okay.
get a little closer to you?
Oh, I certainly can. Is that better, Commissioner? Is that better? Okay. And Mr. Dixon, you work for Southern Software, so this is their product, right?
Correct.
And how old is this product here?
Our computer-aided dispatch, the product itself it was there when I started working there. It's at least 20 years old, but it is continuously updated, monthly, quarterly. There's always new releases coming out.
Okay. In relation to this case, how did you obtain the raw data?
It was obtained by direct querying the SQL database, the backend database for the system.
So that's something that you have direct access to over in North Carolina?
That's correct.
Or did somebody pull it for you down here and send it to you?
I had to connect to the Conway PD server and obtain that data.
When did you obtain that raw data?
I would have to get a timestamp on that.
Oh, I was getting feedback, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, it was giving us feedback. I might need your help with this, so I'm getting feedback. Can you hear that? Okay. So, hey, I had permission to move it. Okay, so if I get more feedback, I just need to move that a little bit further that way? All right. Are you looking to see when it is that you did that and obtained the raw data?
I am. It looks like it was early August of this year.
The original materials that we were given, were you going off of the raw data or were you going off the data that we were given?
I was provided the same KML source data from you guys, I believe. And then I pulled the raw data to do the comparison.
Okay, you would not have received anything from me. So when you say you received this case file, so to speak, are you saying that you received that from opposing counsel?
Correct.
And did you review those materials?
The KML files, yes.
First, in relation to what I had received, I noted that and did you see it also, that Officer Byrd's, or what was represented as Officer Byrd's, did not have her badge number on there?
Yes.
So it did not have the unit number on it?
That's right.
And why would it be missing a unit number?
The KML file is typically an export file, kind of like a report. So at the time it's created, it's given a name, and it looks like, to me, it looked like an inconsistency in naming convention.
So are you telling me that somebody programmed it wrong?
It's more like when you, if you were to run a report or you were to save a Word document and it says, what do you want to name this file? A human actually types in that name. That's one possibility.
Okay, but if you simply wanted to save data, then the name would be in the item, the data itself, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, my expert says that it would be. And in relation to that, this data in the complete name that gives also the longitude and latitude has that missing marker, so it does not say 504. How do you put that together or explain it when all the other officers have that in the data, have their unit number?
I'm not sure.
Simply put, somebody removed it, correct?
I don't know that. That would certainly be one explanation. Another explanation would be that it was never there to begin with. So,
well, apparently it's there to begin. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Well, clearly it was there to begin with because you just pulled the raw data and it's there, right? It says 504 all over it.
Right. In the raw data, it does.
So if somebody,
let me preface that. In our database, it does. The raw data, the only identifier there is the device it came from. In our computer-aided dispatch, a device is assigned to a vehicle and a vehicle is assigned to an officer.
yeah, that's what we're talking about, right? It says Unit 504. It's in the materials that you provided today in this raw data. It says 504, right?
Correct.
And all the other officers, they also have their unit numbers on that, their badge number. Is that your understanding?
In the database slide that I showed, the unit ID is part of the database record. The raw data is just that formatted string that comes from the GPS device.
Right, but it has their unit number on it, right?
Not in the GPS string, but in that database row, it does have their unit number. That would be how you would query our system for the data. So you would ask our CAD, I need the GPS data for Unit 504 during this time period, and that's what would come back.
And that's exactly, I don't know if you've been following along, but Lieutenant Kennedy said that he made the same query, the same question to obtain or pull this GPS for every officer. And he simply said this day from this time to this time. Correct?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
have you looked at all the data that they pulled, the GPS data?
I looked at those KML files, yes.
And
I
did you
did notice the inconsistency that you mentioned. Yeah, those do have the unit ID or badge number that you mentioned embedded in that KML file.
also, and it's embedded in theirs, but it's not embedded in the file that's labeled as Officer Byrd, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we look also, there's some other differences. When we look at all the other officers, their timestamps are the same, correct? And by timestamp, I mean the time frame that they pulled it for their unit for April 13 is between this time and this time. They all look the same.
Yep. All the other files were within the same time period, correct?
And they match each other, and they're in the 1400 hours, correct?
I believe that's the case, yes.
And 1400 hours would not have been UTC time on April 13, correct?
No, UTC time was, I would have to look at the KML file.
But you do note that all the other officers are listed in the 1400 time frame, correct?
I did not look at the other officers' files in that level of detail. I was only looking at Officer Byrd's.
Thank you for your honesty there. Well, let me ask you this. How would you explain if I tell you that Officer Byrd's shows this 1900 time frame that you've been looking at and testifying about, but none of the other officers does? Theirs is 5 hours off of that. How can that be?
It sounds like a difference between local time and UTC time. That would be a 5-hour offset.
And so what you're telling me is that somebody has changed something within their system? Because didn't I hear you testify that you do everything in UTC time?
The GPS time is in UTC time. Our computer-aided dispatch system, it uses local time.
All right, so GPS is in UTC. And all of the data that I've been given as GPS says that it is GPS data, correct? Is that right?
It's not the raw data, it's a log of GPS data. So it's derived from that raw data message, but there's attributes such as that update timestamp that's in local time.
And I am not a data person, all right? So I'm, to some degree, I have to ask it more than once so I make sure I understand.
Sure.
GPS is in UTC time. Is that correct?
Correct.
Brittany Bird's unit 504, that data is in UTC time.
The raw data, everyone's raw data is in UTC time.
Okay, I haven't seen any raw data on all the other officers. Are you telling me that all the other officers' raw data says 1900 hours when what we were provided as a KML file says it's in the 1400 file?
That sounds like the KML files are in local time, which would make sense as well.
Why would a KLM file of GPS, that's GPS, right? That's not different. GPS is a KLM file, right?
No, the KML file is, you can think of it like almost a report. It's an output based on the raw data.
Ms. Bird, can you ask him if that comes from CAD, that system he talked about earlier? Is that coming from CAD itself?
Did you hear the question, sir? We have a commissioner. We,
Is that coming from CAD, the system you spoke about earlier? Would it come from CAD itself?
I don't know for a fact that our CAD generated the KML, but I do know that our CAD has the capability of producing the KML, so that certainly seems reasonable, but that's where those KML files came from.
if all the KML files are coming from the CAD system, shouldn't they all be the same for the timestamp? You see the question here?
Yeah.
All of them have been represented to be a KML file. All of them are represented to be KML files of the officers who responded on a particular day for a particular time frame. One of them is totally different than everybody else. Shouldn't they be the same?
I know that the naming convention, that unit ID was not in the one KML file, but are they not all in local times?
No, sir. So we have one file that has the 1900 times, that's Officer Bird's. All of the other officers have a 1400 time frame. That shouldn't be happening, should it?
No, not if the same parameters are used, the same queries.
In looking at the, now it is KML. I want to put them in alphabetical order, so I might mess that up. Please know I'm referring to KML the whole time.
I'm with you.
I noted that, say, Officer Smith had some data points, points 359 and point 360. It's a 2-second interval, went 119 feet. And that noted a change in speed from 44 miles per hour to 110 miles per hour when we got to points 360 and 361, basically 325 feet in 2 seconds, meaning her speed was 110.795. We would call that, what, an anomaly or in relation to, did you review other people's materials? And note that sometimes your system is saying that they're going a whole lot faster than even the type of vehicle they have can do by their own G-force.
The KML file does not contain any speed information. So
Right.
speed would have had to been calculated the same way I calculated speed.
Yes, sir. We did we did the calculations, and what I'm looking at is points 359, 360, then 360 and 361. If there's a distance there that showed that she was going over 110 miles per hour and from that lower speed, and her vehicle couldn't contain the G-force, would we call that an anomaly or something that could be an error in the way that it's transmitting?
No, I think it's an anomaly or an error in the way the speed was calculated. If it was done based on the data timestamp, when the data was written to the database, even as much as a 1 second latency could cause a many miles per hour difference in that speed calculation. And that's why when I was presented with this analysis, I went to the raw data and used the actual GPS timestamp and not the database timestamp.
When we're looking at, conversely, look at Officer Byrd. In relation to her materials, did you know, I mean, did you calculate all the speeds between every point, between every 2 points?
Yes, during the time period that's shown on my map, I did.
Okay. And in relation to that, did you note that there's at least 2 locations that show her speed over 70 miles per hour?
I did not find that.
Okay. And in relation to, so you didn't find any timeframes that seemed an excessive speed that some Mr. Nelson called an anomaly?
No, I did not.
Let me ask it a different way. When you made these calculations that you presented today, did you dump any of the data that you thought might have been a jitter or a problem?
I did not.
So you included all of the points?
Correct.
Now, I noted when I looked at the first version that we were given of data that you provided back in August, and then looked at the data that I got last night, right? The stuff you've reviewed today is stuff I got last night.
Okay.
Is that when you prepared it and gave it to council?
The only recent change to the data was a typo on the NEMA Senate structure slide. The data analysis has not changed. I'd have to find the date. It's changed sometime between August and today, but not in the past several days, no.
Okay. The material that we were presented with today, did you give that to them yesterday?
No, not yesterday. Well, let me back up. I'm not sure exactly what information you were provided today. So I don't know if it was something I did yesterday or not.
The materials that you guys looked at when you were on direct examination that was presented today, we got last night.
Okay.
And so my question is, did you give those materials to them yesterday? Is that when you started sending those materials?
No, those materials were provided or sent prior to yesterday.
Okay. Now, I'd noted in the last version that we got, it looked a little different than this one. I had 2 locations that the points were different for the same. When I call a point, I'm talking about a GPS point that's part of the KML material.
Okay.
Did you note that some of those were different between what I had been provided and the raw data?
No, that doesn't ring a bell.
Were there any of these points that you used a different time, or a GPS time, or maybe a radio time, or was it all raw data?
It was all raw GPS data. I did not have access to radio times or any other input, just the raw data from the GPS device.
And I noted that in the last one that we had received, and then today, it looked at the same point, GPS point, and they were 30 seconds difference. Had you previously modified to account for, GPS versus radio time or anything like that?
No, I arrived at a similar conclusion to Mr. Nelson's report. He noted an approximate 30-second difference there. I noted that the database timestamp and the timestamp in the raw GPS data differed by around that approximate 30-second as well. And that's why I went with the GPS timestamp and ignored the database timestamp. Because really they do tell us two different things. One is when it was stored in the database. The raw data timestamp from the GPS message is the actual time that was calculated by that receiver.
So what you're explaining to me, I'm gonna make sure I get it right, is the last thing that I received from opposing counsel that you prepared was 30 seconds off on particular points than what we got for today. And that is still your information, but from a different data location?
My analysis has consistently used the raw data, so there should not have been a 30-second change in my data at any point during my analysis.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Officer Byrd's KML file was changed to UTC time?
I don't know that.
Would you be able to see any changes to the data time? In other words, does your system log changes made by the user?
It does, but the KML file is an export format, so it's created on demand by running a report in our system. So that KML file does not exist inside of our system at any given time. So there's no audit trail or history of that output file.
In reviewing the materials, I want to make sure I understand this. You did look at everybody else's, the KML files? Or just Officer Byrd?
Just Officer Byrd's.
And you had mentioned, I want to be sure I understand this. First off, you're not a forensic investigator background in any way, right?
No, strictly GIS and location-based technology.
And in the raw material where you came with your conclusions, you did not take any points out or dump any of the speeds?
Not between the time periods, the start and end time periods I noted on my analysis.
What were those points that you started and ended on to get to that conclusion?
We would have to look at the timestamps. My dump of raw data does not have the same point identifiers or point references as the KML file might. We'd have to look at the timestamps. I started at 1945.
Okay, if you would please change that to 1948. What's the seconds? If you change that start time to 1946:48, please, sir.
Okay, I'm looking for that now. Okay, I'm in the 1948s.
1946, 48?
Oh, 46, 48.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see that.
And then end it at 1949.25.
Okay, I'm looking at the points. When you say change my start and end, what are you requesting I do with that information?
I would like for you to recalculate using your assumptions before. You started at an earlier time, a much earlier time. And I wanted to start at 1946.48 for that average speed calculation that you had made.
And bear with me, this is a programmatic analysis. I don't have it in a spreadsheet where I can just trim off some rows, so I'm having to
I
change some
understand.
variables here and just rerun it.
I get it. You don't have a Mark Nelson. Are you using the Vincity calculations or the Habersign?
For average speeds,
Yes, sir.
so for the average speeds, I'm just doing a straight up average, the number of points or the total sum of the speeds divided by the number of points.
Are you familiar with those two formulas? And I might be saying them wrong.
No, you're right. We were using the Habersign for things like the rolling averages and the speeds over time. Those were used in the analysis.
Which one did you use?
Habersign.
Habersign. Why did you use a 4-point rolling average?
Just to have a one-to-one comparison with Mr. Nelson's analysis. The rolling average is good for visualization. For something like this, we really care about the actual data points, but just for consistency, it was useful for me to see that we basically came to the same conclusion, that there was increases in speed and braking at around the same times during this traversing this route.
Do you understand the rationale or why we would want to use 4 points as opposed to 3 or 5?
No, I just went with the 4 point because in my research on the matter, that seemed to be kind of a standard as far as not influencing the actual data point too heavily on historical data.
Right. But it was a direct result. You started looking into that after you received Mr. Nelson's materials?
Correct.
All right, thank you. We're still working on the average?
I am.
Okay. Suffice it to say, it's going to change, correct? When we change any part of the equation, the math problem changes, so our result's going to change, right?
Yeah, but as I mentioned, in my average speed calculation, I excluded anything under 5 miles an hour anyway. And just looking at the speed over time graph, the additional points that you mentioned are all in that lower range. So I don't expect the calculations to change, but I can certainly rerun it. It may get us closer to Mr. Nelson's analysis, but as it sits, we are only
Well, I thought,
1 mile per hour different anyway.
well, I had noted that you said that the time, right, that's part of the calculation, and that you had started at the 1945 marker.
Right, for the mapping, for the plotting, the mapping analysis. For the speed over time, you can visually see where there's zero ranges. For the average speed calculation, I toss out the less than 5 mile per hour points, which are within those time zones, that time ranges that you're asking me to clip out anyway. So I don't expect those calculations to change.
Well, tell me, was that only when she was in the parking lot? Is that when she was in the median? Was that when she was on Central Landing? Do you know where it was?
It was at the beginning and end of this analysis.
The ones that you threw out, do you know where she was at the time frames?
Yeah, I have a table of speeds and
I think it was the chart he showed when he
I
showed
would have
the,
to, I would have to produce that.
he showed something with a route that had blue dots on it, and I think blue dots indicated anything under 5 miles an hour.
Do you have blue dots that were part of your chart? Can you share screen with me?
Yeah, let me pull up a final analysis. All right, and bear with me while I attempt a screen share. Okay, are you viewing the presentation or no?
No, that would be a no. I'm not.
Okay.
All right, so in relation to that, here's the question. Do you note that for Officer Byrd, between points 342 and 343, at approximately 1947.46, doing the math, her speed per hour was 63.06. I don't see that on your map.
No, I have no speeds on my map in excess of the 48.8.
But you're saying that you did the math for every point.
Correct. Yes.
Now, that's a location where she's going west on 6th between 3rd and 2nd Avenue. So down at the bottom of your screen there, we have colored dots, right? That's you.
That's right.
Nineteen 47.46, west on 6th between 3rd and 2nd. Don't have the same times as you. You haven't noted any time that she was going 63.06. Well, how about points 375 and 376? These are the files that we were given, okay? Noting at
Okay.
1948.52, she was north on 3rd between Vine and Maple, and that speed calculation was 75.68. Did you do that math?
I did not do any math that came up with more than the 48.8.
Did you not do between every two data sets?
Yes,
I should ask that in a better way. Did you calculate the speed between every two data points?
I did.
The materials, the exhibits that you brought today that you testified to on direct, we spent a little time about asking when you provided those. I'm not sure if I recall the time that you had provided that to council. Was that within this past week or later than that?
The latest version of slides that I provided was within this past week. There was no change to the map or the analysis. It was only to correct a typo on the NEMA sentence explanation slide.
Hang on just a moment. You said in this past week that there had been one change and it was a typo. It didn't change the underlying data. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you provide the one that had the typo that you were discussing?
Let's see, I can give you an exact on that.
Thank you, sir. I can tell you're fast on your computer.
Every day. Okay, it looks like Wednesday, October 8th was the version of my slides that had the typo correction.
All right. The one that had the typo, when was it provided?
September 8th is the one that contains my slide with the original explanation of how NEMA works, GPS works, and the map screenshots.
Okay. And but the typo wasn't related to the data on a map.
No, it was related to that NEMA sentence explanation.
Okay.
It wasn't even a component of that was relevant to this. It was an explanation of altitude values.
Now, obviously, the KML files that I was provided have a little bit of different information than what you have.
Correct.
Because my data has a couple of GPS points that have those two speed calculations. Did you know
I don't think the KML itself contains any speed information.
That is correct. But if the data points then take to distance and then we look at the speed to between those two distances, right, gives us that, right? That's what we've been calculating all along.
Yeah.
And if I have two different locations that happen to have over 60 miles per hour, you don't have any. Can you explain why I have some data that you don't?
No, we have, well, I don't want to say we have the same data. Obviously, we have differing data. we have the same points and the locations are exact. I've done an overlay and our data points are at the same location. I think the issue is with our timestamp. As Mr. Nelson had noted, he had determined there was about a 30-second time difference between when he compared, I believe it was dash cam times, radio times, and GPS times, and he had adjusted for speed calculations the
No, sir.
timestamps.
No, sir, that's incorrect, just so we're on the same page, okay? All of the
Okay.
speed calculations all go with your GPS data points, period. That's it. When we just wanted to make sure people weren't going between systems because we have GPS. Then we have a time that's noted for the same event on dash cam. And then we had a same event that would be noted on a radio log. And those have a time difference between the three. But the speed is only calculated off GPS data, just so we're on the same page.
Right. So I think the timestamp in the KMLs, in the KML files, is based on what I was referring to as the database timestamp, when that data was captured by our dispatch system. The timestamps that I used came out of that raw data sentence, that NEMA sentence. That is not part of the KML. I think that is it's my opinion that that's the difference in our speed calculation, because as little as a 1 or 2 second variance in that would calculate a vastly different speed over the same distance. Because as you mentioned, if there's a data point in the KML that shows a change from 60 to 100, accelerating that 40 or so miles an hour in 2 seconds doesn't seem plausible. So if we look at the raw data GPS, we get a much more accurate timestamp and the speeds seem more reasonable at least.
So the raw data and the KML file are different. Is that what you're telling me?
In terms of timestamps.
Okay, but if we're still using and stay within the same system, then the GPS data that we were given as the KML file, we're doing the calculation based off of that time. It doesn't change back and forth. Right? So how do we get a different, does your database dump what it doesn't think is accurate?
No, the raw data is always stored in that GPS sentence.
Is your raw
the
data,
timestamp that gets used is that when it was logged by our computer-aided dispatch, and that may vary from the actual GPS location by a few seconds.
but not 30 seconds?
In this case, they seem to be about 30 seconds, which was my perhaps misunderstanding of Mr. Nelson's report of the approximate 30 seconds discrepancy, because I know he had to. It looked like an offset had a 30-second offset was applied to the GPS data to factor in that 30-second difference.
Maybe I should ask it a different way. This raw data, is it coming from the GPS? Is it coming from a radio? Is it coming from a dash cam?
That's a good question. It is coming from the GPS device, the raw data is. If any of those other systems are using different GPS sources, then they may not match up. But I can't speculate on that because I don't know anything about the other systems.
Okay. Well, you said you looked at the KML data that was provided to me, which is GPS data, right?
It's derived from GPS data. It's not raw data. It's a data product. So at some point, somebody ran a search in our database and a KML file was generated.
From your raw data?
From the database data, including the database timestamps, not the raw GPS timestamps.
So there could be a difference between the times in your data product from which they derived this KML file?
Yes.
Is there any reason then that your timestamp that it logs would be in the 1,400 hours before the incident?
No.
I'd pass the witness. Thank you.
Mike, is that on your end,
What's that?
the buzzing?
Oh, my laptop fan has kicked on, so
Okay.
you may be picking up some of that, and so I apologize.
That's all right. It's working overtime. Let's talk about speed. Am I correct? You ran the speed calculation in both ways with non-raw data, the KML files, and the raw data, correct?
Correct. Initially, I did.
Okay. And so the initial KML, the non-raw data, you showed a point on 6th Street coming up to, I guess, 2nd Avenue of 63 miles per hour. Is that right?
Back with the original analysis based on the non-raw data, yes.
And then you get the raw data and you run it. And again, you conclude at no point was she ever over 50. She never achieved 55 or 50 miles per hour. Is that right?
Correct. Based on the raw GPS data.
Yeah. And so, Mike, let's work through the chronology of when things were received and when product was produced. The very first thing we received, and therefore you received, was Mark Nelson's essentially, it's a PDF, but a PowerPoint, all of those slides. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And that was the very first thing he did was I had to come up with a conversion, a 30-second GPS to dash conversion. You remember all of that?
I do.
Okay. It was then later that they produced to us a speed. Let me take it one step. Based on that, you ran the calculations using the non-raw data, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then later in time, Mr. Nelson comes up with his speed calculation, right?
Right.
And we provided that to you, correct?
Correct.
And so to verify that, then you go to, well, I need the raw data to verify whether his speed calculation is accurate or not. Is that right?
That's right.
And then that's when you based on what he gave us, you do your analysis and provide it to us based on the raw data. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. You were asked about the file name for Bird's, I guess KML file. It didn't have a unit number on it. You remember that?
I do.
Something about the timestamps were different. The timestamps when pulled were different between officers, I think Bird and everybody else. You remember being asked that?
I do.
And remember the difference between UTC and local time? You remember that?
Yes.
I'm not exactly sure where that line of questioning was going, but let's be clear again. Did you find any evidence, non-raw data, raw data, whatever, any evidence that the GPS data was manipulated or tampered with in any way?
No.
Does it surprise you to know that their own expert agreed he did not have any opinion that the data had been tampered with or manipulated?
I would not be surprised by that conclusion.
And so you were talked to about nowhere in your calculus was there a mention that Bird, as an anomaly, achieved 75.7 miles per hour. Do you remember that?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, there was some mention made to you that nowhere in your analysis, I'll take a step back. Nelson's analysis, there was a conclusion that Miss Bird had reached a speed of 75.7 miles per hour. He called that an anomaly.
Right.
Okay. None of your calculations showed that anomaly. Is that right?
That's right.
Why?
I think the anomaly could be explained by using the raw data timestamps versus the database right timestamps.
Yeah.
Because again, a 1 to 2 second variance when you're capturing a point every 2 seconds would make a huge change in your speed calculation, as we've seen by the speed formula that we showed.
So walk through that with me. First, we've got Nelson's calculations, that it's based on non-raw data, right?
Right.
And he comes up with this conversion. There's a 30-second delay or a 30-second offset, right?
Right.
Counsel,
That was
I'm
my
going to
understanding.
object if I could, just so it's clear. He's mischaracterizing what it is that has been testified to in relation to Mr. Nelson. At no time has Mr. Nelson said that there needed to be any conversion of time from GPS to GPS to GPS. We were given data, and we went with the material and the timestamp on the GPS that was provided. Any conversion had to do when we were trying to look at a dash cam or a radio file. So I just wanted it to be clear.
And does that make sense to you, Mike?
It does. That was not my initial understanding of Mr. Nelson's report, but I understand what counsel is saying.
Okay. 30-second delay, that's a calculus that Nelson used.
Again, I'm going to object. That is
Between
not the
GPS and
calculation.
dash cam.
Okay, well, if we're talking about GPS to dash cam times, does he know what dash cam times are?
Listen, do you agree or disagree with Mr. Nelson's 30-second calculus?
Generally, yes, because I found the approximately 30-second difference between the database timestamps and the raw data timestamps.
Now, having established that, am I understanding your testimony to be, but it's not always going to be a flat 30 seconds at every data point, that it could be 31 or 32?
Exactly. There were no offsets that were below 30. There were multiple that were above 30, but no more than 32. So between 30 and 32 seconds.
Did you calculate each GPS data point for that time period? I mean, let me be a little bit clear. Was that GPS data point 30 seconds? Was there a 30-second delay, a 31, or a 32?
I did. I have a table that shows that for every single point in the analysis.
Was it apparent to you that Nelson used a flat 30 seconds for every data point?
Again, I'm going to object. That was not the calculation or testimony of Mr. Nelson.
I did notice that on the points that seemed anomalously high, that those had a greater than 30-second difference between the raw data and the database times that would account for that speed calculation being higher.
Can that 1 to 2 second difference create a fairly large disparity in the speed calculation?
In most things in life, 1 or 2 seconds is insignificant, but when you're measuring a distance based on every 2 seconds where you are, then a 1 second difference is a 50% error budget. You know, instead of 45, it may say you're going 70 or 80. So yes, that would account for the anomalies.
Got it. Having said all of that, based on the fact that he decided to produce to us a speed calculation, you did your own speed calculation, right?
Correct.
And that's based on the raw, pure data.
Yes.
And again, to test your hypothesis like a scientist, yet we showed you Nelson's 4-point rolling average. Remember that?
Correct. Yep.
And to test your hypothesis, you ran the same 4-point rolling analysis and came up with the same thing that he did, correct?
Very similar shaped graph, yes.
And that is that her speed never got up to 50 miles per hour.
Correct.
Mike, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are you going to ask for a break? Because if so, we're tracking together.
Whatever you guys want to do, sure. I was going to say, Mike, we're done with you. May I shut Mike off?
Yes, Mike, yes.
Thank you, Mike.
All right. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, you too. See, there's a general request for a quick 5 minute for various.
Granted.
If the commission's ready, I can move forward with our next witness. May I move forward with our next witness if y'all are ready?
We're ready.
The respondent will call Bob Blanchard.
Mr. Chairman, I would point out one, I'm not sure what Mr. Blanchard would be on rebuttal on. I am on sound. If the commission looks at its watch and assume that we both take the time we're allotted with Mr. Blanchard, and you've already agreed to give each side 20 minutes to combine 10 and 10 for closing, so y'all are willing to stay past 5. Good.
No, we're not willing to stay
So, I
past
mean,
5.
if we have this witness, what I'm saying is, directed cross-examination and closing arguments, y'all are gonna have very little time to deliberate.
And I will just respond with this. They brought in some information, some evidence through their witnesses about a pop-up message that could come up that possibly would shut off somebody's dash cam. That's through WatchGuard, also owned by Motorola. Bob Blanchard, who's the network administrator with Conway PD, works on that system. So he can have an answer to that. His testimony is extremely short. It is limited really to that issue. So I'm not going to take, I know I've got 96 minutes. I'm not going to use that. We don't have time for that. It'll be very short.
Just for the record, I'm not sure what the commissioner is going to do. I don't remember any allegations of misconduct concerning not having an operating dash camera as part of the charges in the letter. Now, there's a body camera violation, but there is no allegation of a violation of any policy concerning the dash camera. So, I mean, they can go into it, but again, I say any of it's being used as a violation of the statute that we're required to have notice of that as far as that's one of the causes for termination.
And my brief response on that, we are not arguing that it was a violation of a particular policy about dash cam. We know that 2 of the policy violations were conduct unbecoming and unsatisfactory performance, which involves the totality of a response. One of the issues here, as we have seen, is that she shut off her dash cam. They have presented reasons associated with that, and I would like to put on a witness that can shed some light on that.
And is it just something that popped up on, I mean, what is he going to be testifying about?
Sure. They put on Rachel Keir as a witness, and one of the exhibits they put through her were screenshots, it appeared, of a dash cam and pop-up images that she was saying came up. And they have questioned other witnesses about the potential of those pop-ups, whether they shut off your dash cam. And so that was brought in through Rachel Keir. She actually created those on her own, those pop-ups.
I don't really think that it would be necessary to call him as a witness or anything.
Well, he can, and let me just say this, Chairman, and I certainly understand. The primary thing that he can testify to is whether those pop-ups occur. If they do they shut off your camera? And if the audit log from Brittany Bird's dash cam showed that a pop-up came up or she shut off her dash cam intentionally.
Okay, just as long as it doesn't take a lot more time.
It will be very short.
Okay.
It will be very short, Chairman.
Okay.
I'm going to add to the objection to that. Mr. Commissioner, this commission did not allow Lee Wood to testify. Part of that proffer included his direct testimony. He was over fleet he was over dash cams. So it includes comments of this. I was not aware that Mr. Blanchard would be considered for that. And now my witness, who we released, is gone and with family who came from Wisconsin and cannot rebut it. So I'm going to object on that basis as well and ask that it not be heard.
Mr. Blanchard has been identified as a witness from the very beginning. He's been on my witness list. He is a network administrator, IT. The reason that Mr. Wood was not allowed to testify is because he's been watching the hearing. That is not what's going on with Mr. Blanchard. Furthermore, Mr. Wood is not IT. He is a police officer.
I think maybe this late that it would probably be best just not to bring him as a witness.
Even though he was on my witness list, is that what I?
Thank you for your ruling, Commissioner.
I'm just asking a question. Please don't interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were interrupting. And
No, ma'am. I just want to make clear, even though he was on my witness list, I'm not able to call him. Is that correct?
Yes. sustained.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood. Thank you. We don't have any other witnesses.
You ready for closing arguments?
I am. I'm going to get my timer ready. And if I understand, we have 10 minutes each. Because the burden is on my side, I would like to have 8 minutes and then reserve 2 at the end, if I may.
there should not be a follow-up. No strong closing. This isn't that kind of show. When we have a civil case, each side gets a close. She should go first. She has the burden of proof. Then I should close, and we should be done.
Generally, the people with the burden of proof get a second bite at the apple, and that's why I asked to have 8 minutes and 2 minutes.
You can take 8 and 2.
Well, just for the record, I tell you, based on about 50 other civil service commission hearings I've had, Arkansas State Police hearings, Commission on Law Enforcement Standards and Training, they've not done split in any of those administrative hearings.
Denied.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Members of the commission, throughout this hearing, it's been going on for quite some time, but there are 2 questions that ultimately y'all need to answer. 1, did Brittany Byrd violate any Conway PD policies? And 2, if she did, do you think that termination was appropriate? The evidence that we presented over numerous days demonstrates that the answer to both of these questions is yes. Representing Conway PD in this case as the respondent in front of the Civil Service Commission on an appeal of a termination, the burden of proof is on us, is on Conway PD. The burden of proof for Conway PD is to prove by a preponderance of the evidence that Ms. Byrd actually violated the policies that we said she did. That is not a high burden. Preponderance of the evidence is the greater weight of the evidence, more likely than not. So if we prove by 51% that she violated those policies, we have met our burden. And I would state to you that throughout this hearing, through all of the evidence that we presented, we have provided more than ample evidence to meet that burden. We have shown by a preponderance of the evidence that Ms. Byrd violated each of the policies that the review board found she violated. Let's talk about each of the policy violations, and I'm going to go quickly and start with some of the big ones. 600-1.3, conduct unbecoming. The totality of the action and inaction that Ms. Byrd took on April 13th, 2025 led to a violation of that policy. She was on duty. She was across the street from Fifth Avenue Park. While she was across the street, some 500 feet, shots rang out in Fifth Avenue Park. She looked over her shoulder. You saw it in the video. You see it in Riddle's dash cam. You see her looking towards it, looking to where the firing's coming from. You see her looking at the citizens, the people fleeing. You see her as she goes to her vehicle after shots fired, after she calls in shots fired. After that, what does she do? You would expect her, get in your vehicle, go as fast as you can to where those shots are fired. Does she do it? No. She waits in the parking lot for over 50 seconds. 50 seconds that she had multiple routes to get out of that parking lot, and she doesn't take it. Who does take it? Officer Riddle. He gets out quickly, immediately in his vehicle, immediately going towards the park. Miss Byrd doesn't do that. What does Miss Byrd do after that? After that, waiting 50 seconds, she then pulls out of that parking lot, goes south down Central Landing. What does she do then? What do we know? We know her lights go out. Never used lights and sirens, but not even that. Running lights go out. You have the video, the dash cam from Officer Pugh. You see her lights on, then you see they go out. That was intentional. What else do we know about that time? We know at that time her dash cam went off. Now, they have various reasons for that, but the dash cam goes off. She never turns it back on. What does she do then? Moving forward in time, she goes down Central Landing, turns onto 6th Street. You might think, okay, great, heading back up 5th, heading up 5th, trying to get to 5th Avenue Park where there might be victims, where this shooting occurred. Does she take 5th? No, she doesn't. Surely she will take 3rd. Does she take 3rd? No, she doesn't. She continues traveling down 6th away from the shooting, a shooting she was 500 feet away from. Does she take 2nd? Surely she'll take 2nd. No, doesn't take it. Continues to drive away from the shooting. Finally, she takes 1st Ave. Finally, the final avenue that will get her back to 5th Avenue Park, that's what she takes. She then has to double back to get back to 5th Avenue Park. If you look at her dash cam, the portion we have from the beginning to the portion when she arrives, we see that it's over 4 minutes, about 4 minutes and 17 seconds before she arrives at the park. Who arrived quicker than that? Officer Riddle. He was there with her across the street. He got there in about 2 minutes. What else do we know? You listen to the radio, calls in, shots fired. Look at the dispatch logs. Arrives at the park 5 minutes later, according to the dispatch logs, right? What kind of response is that? But we know that's the response she made, that we know that is the route that she took. We know that from the GPS. I know there's been a lot of testimony about GPS. Mr. Dixon took the stand and said, I pulled the raw data. Raw data, no indication of manipulation. No, it was for Unit 504. No, that was for Brittany Byrd. That was her route. That was the route she took. Same for the other officers that they pulled GPS from. We know those were their routes because we have their dash cams. So we know they took the routes that GPS contains. One might think when an officer is responding to a situation like this, a mass shooting, April 13th, 2025, that they would use their lights and sirens when going towards that danger. We see it all the time. Officers behind us, lights and sirens. We move over. They're going to an emergency, going to help people. Did Brittany Byrd use her lights and sirens? Nope. Didn't have them on Central Landing. Didn't have them on 6th Street. Didn't have them on when she went up 1st Avenue. Didn't have them on when she came over on 2nd Street. Didn't have them on 3rd Avenue. Nothing. A dark police unit. A dark police unit when people are injured in 5th Avenue Park. We're talking about conduct unbecoming, right? This response route, no lights and sirens, delayed response, not going with urgency. Mike Dixon talked to you about his speeds, right? An average. A commissioner had a question of what's the average? He said the average was around 22 miles per hour. That's part of her response. Conway Police Department officers are trained to respond directly to a threat, trained to stop the killing, stop the dying. Ms. Byrd did not do that. Instead of responding directly to the threat, she went the other direction. She drove away. This is more than substantial evidence of conduct unbecoming. What's the other big policy violation? Unsatisfactory performance, 600-3.24. Under that policy, officers are required to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime. Ms. Byrd knew a crime was being committed. She heard over 40 shots. There were actually 70. Multiple firearms, multiple shots fired. She knew there was a crime committed there. And again, what did she do? She drove away. For all of the reasons that support conduct unbecoming, it supports unsatisfactory performance. Emergency Department of Departmental Vehicles 800-5. That requires over and over again, you've heard officers say, it requires when responding to life-threatening emergencies that you respond with full equipment, full emergency equipment, full equipment, as urgently as you can get there, and as directly as you can get there. Officer after officer said that. Ms. Byrd did none of that. She did not respond directly, again, directly across from the shooting, 500 feet away. She didn't respond directly. Did she respond expeditiously? No. Did she use all of her emergency equipment? No. No lights and sirens. None. Dash cam shut off. Insubordination, 1.4. This policy identifies that showing obvious disrespect for a superior is considered insubordination. We played portions of her interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, the AI interview. During that interview, you watched her, you listened to her statements, you saw her roll her eyes, you saw her lean forward in a way to challenge Kennedy. She tells Kennedy she does not care what he has to say. She tells Kennedy he is stating misrepresentations. She tells him, "Are you here to argue with me?" That is obvious disrespect for a superior. Now, many of us who live in the civilian world may not.
Ms. Sever, you're at 8 minutes. If you want to keep going, obviously you can, but.
I've got my timer. I'll have less at the end, but I appreciate it. Insubordination is very important when you're in an agency like law enforcement, when you're in the military. Insubordination is part of this hierarchy rank, right? It allows for good communication, following orders. It's part of the discipline of these types of organizations. It is important, and she violated that policy. Body-worn camera, an easy one, she didn't use it. Simple policy violation. Truthfulness. Officers must truthfully answer all questions, right? She, in her AI interview, said numerous things that were not truthful. She said she went south down Central Landing because she heard about the gold rims. We know that didn't come out until after she was on 6th Street. She also said she was chasing Officer Riddle because he was chasing a suspect. Not true. Chasing a suspect, Officer Riddle would have gone over the radio, said it. Ms. Byrd, in accordance with policy, would have said she was back up following someone chasing a suspect. She didn't do it. Policy required turn on lights and sirens. She didn't do it. She wasn't following Riddle because he was chasing a suspect. She didn't even pull out after him for a whole 13 seconds. What else did she say in her AI interview? Said she did not know where the shots were coming from. We know that's not true. Body cams, her own instant reports demonstrated she knew where it was coming from. The overwhelming evidence demonstrates that she violated each of these policies, and this commission must determine whether termination is appropriate. This issue, the problems that Ms. Byrd had that night, these are not small mistakes, these are large. This was the largest mass shooting Conway has ever seen. 9 people died, 11 were injured, or 2 people died, I apologize, and 9 were injured. That required termination. Ms. Byrd did not hold up her duty to the citizens of Conway. Thank you.
Don't start my time yet. And I'm starting my time, well. Gentlemen, one of the hardest things I've ever had to do is sit here while people talk about my kid. Yet one of the most amazing things that I've seen is watching her as a professional sit here bravely and face them all. I am stronger for it. And she is stronger than these circumstances. In opening, I said it's not a case, it's the case. Because, folks, what you do here today not only impacts Officer Brittany Byrd, it shapes your Conway Police Department and the city. Is it whatever the brass wants? Or are we truth seekers and want to keep good officers? And let's not forget Leo, who's sitting in a cage by himself. CPD has some great officers over there, and they deserve a good work environment and a good administration. On that Sunday in April 2025, day shift did what they could do, and night shift showed up to a huge crowd. No one could have known that 3 or 4 men decided to show up with guns and fire them. But when it did, Officers Riddle, Pugh, Smith, Murray, Matthews, Byrd, they did their job. and I thank them. Any and everything I've raised here in this forum over all these days that you've heard testimony about their responses is to show the different and unwarranted treatment of Byrd. You've seen the videos, you've heard the testimony. But one officer, Officer Nathan Watkins, he knew that there were guns on scene 45 minutes prior to shots being fired and told no one, and stayed in his unit since that time, then refused to go with a wrecker driver to the pavilions. He didn't even tell him, hey, I was told there's guns over there. And then he left the scene for Buffalo Wild Wings. He left at 7:34 when an accident came out. He didn't even take that call. Shots were fired at approximately 7:46. And then he lied under oath to this commission. He didn't put it on the radio. And there weren't other officers there with him when that lady with the dog told him guns were there. Byrd didn't even get there till 7:26. Watkins didn't even get a second interview. He didn't get discussed by the review board, and he didn't get any discipline. You got to wonder. I believe it is clear that CPD has not met their burden in this AI with Byrd, and you should overturn this decision and put her back to work. Procedurally, it fails because no notice, no factual conclusions in the letter. Kennedy gave his opinion to the chief as to whether Byrd was telling the truth or not prior to the review board meeting. They didn't provide AI materials before the review board, so she didn't get any materials until she was fired. Then she only got some materials on a thumb drive, which had 22 files deleted, and then had to get a FOIA circuit court order to make them give materials. All the while, they gave their materials to the CPD attorneys. They had WatchGuard links and materials as early as July 8, while fighting it in the FOIA lawsuit. Stop hiding the ball. I thought we were done. Then we show up today and they have raw data. I've never seen raw data, and they've used it in their case. That's in direct contradiction of a court order. Faulty investigation. No church parking lot video provided to the review board in June. We got that footage on July 30th after that circuit court order in the FOIA case. So we made them do it. It was on that second thumb drive. You noted in your materials, because I introduced copies of that sheet so you can see it. On that thumb drive, it shows it was saved 4/14/25. Why was it not in front of the review board? Now, I called that divine intervention, and I mean it, because if it wasn't for that, we wouldn't know some of these time discrepancies. And there was a huge time discrepancy because Kennedy kept going from one system to another when he was discussing these times with Officer Byrd. Some folks were not interviewed at all that were out on scene. Some weren't put under guarantee, and they should have been. Differences in the GPS data dates pulled. Byrd's was pulled on 4/29. All the others were pulled at the exact same day and time of 5/12. Differences in the GPS data. Byrd's GPS is missing the badge number and other ID markers. You heard Mr. Nelson talk about that. Everybody else has the badge number and the markers. Byrd's GPS data has a different time versus everybody else's, who is exactly the same and yet exactly 5 hours off from Byrd. The expert says you can't say the data was changed, but it's suspicious. Can't say accurate, and that any layperson could manipulate location markers. You can get on Google Earth and do it with the pin drop. Kennedy's investigation simply did a flat time over distance, so you did not note any driving response reflected. Shots fired versus shooting. We talked about priority of response location. She absolutely needed to go to Pew. That's where you had a shooting victim. It's not fair to claim Byrd diverted from the scene while stating everyone else just made a choice to go around. They all picked the path that they thought would get them there the fastest. Kennedy simply had a skewed investigation, gentlemen. He targeted Byrd. He ignored all the other officers' routes, times, body-worn cameras, dash streams. They all had multiple versions. Even ignored Officer Watkins' blatant lies and gun knowledge to concentrate on what street Byrd took. Each allegation, let's go through a plain reading. Everybody can see what they think that policy means. But what is important to you is, what does it read? That's the law. That's what you must follow. Body-worn camera. She wore it at all times. She activated it on coming into contact with a subject. She activated it again upon getting close to possible contact with a subject at the northwest corner of 5th Avenue Park. No violation. Emergency equipment use. It says officer discretion. Can't get any plainer than that. That's what Arkansas law says too. No violation. Insubordination, she did not refuse to obey any order. She didn't dispute any order. She didn't display contempt or obvious disrespect. Was she assertive? Yes. Does she have to agree to everything that he says, even if it's blatantly wrong? No, she doesn't have to agree. There's no violation. She did not deny. When she said, do I have to keep answering all these questions? His reply was yes. You watch the part of the video. Truthfulness. Everything she said was a fact. Some of those were out of order, like Welsh. Recall his testimony. We're going to go by the chief's points. The chief talked about the gold rim allegation, but if you recall, Byrd said she didn't remember the order of the radio statements. Pugh was putting out bits of information out of sequence, like Welsh, who said at the time of the review board that they had been cleared from their federal lawsuit, when in fact they hadn't. Was he lying to you? Was he trying to make you think they didn't have any motive? Or did he just get it out of sequence? When asked her route, she said she went up third. That's the next one. But she said, I think it was third. Would it surprise you it's first? Yes, but if that's a route, okay. She knows about GPS. They all do. That's not untruthfulness. The next allegation, chasing suspect / report doesn't say pursuit. You saw the body-worn camera that night. On her body-worn camera, she said it while she's still under the stress of the events. We call that present sense impression. It's true. She said at that time, who was the officer going the other way? I thought we were chasing somebody. But very quickly, she realized that there's no pursuit. On the radio log, Riddle says, I'm going code 3 to a location. And all the law enforcement said that you heard testified that you don't put your route for shots fired or a shooting. Fourth, that she knew where the danger was, but said she didn't. I'm going to call this the yes statement. I lost track at 4 times that the chief said that Byrd specifically said, yes, I know where it was. It was right here. I'm being overly dramatic because I'm a little upset. She didn't ever say that. We played the exact same footage. Did the chief lie to you? She didn't ever say that. We played the part, he kept saying, even Riddle knew where to go. We played the video. Even Riddle said he didn't know where it was. Like Byrd, he said, I responded this other way because of something that Pugh had said that it happened over there on 5th. And that's why he took 5th. Remember, I hope you took notes. Knowing the general area that you hear shots from does not equal where the events took place, gentlemen. And we've already covered that the shooting victim becomes the priority in response. She truthfully answered all the questions to the best of her ability, even given wrong information by Lieutenant Kennedy. He changed his testimony after he heard and had gotten all the information from Mark Nelson. He didn't hear it beforehand. He was our first one to testify. But all of his times were wrong in his materials. Conduct unbecoming, no violation of either policy, and here's why. Ms. Depper said in her opening statement that Byrd's work was great before shots fired and after she got to the northwest side of the park. I narrowed it down in talking to everybody, right? It all came down to path and urgency, although the chief said, I don't care if she was going 100 miles per hour. Our expert, Nelson, created a new software product which showed Byrd's true driving response based on their data that they provide to us, and the results showed Byrd's proper officer driving response, hard accelerations, hard brakes. Kennedy reviewed and then testified that now Byrd's drive time was 2 minutes and 14 seconds. You heard it. He said it.
Time's up.
I urge you to take the right steps in this, gentleman. I appreciate your time over this long time.
At this time, we will be going into executive session to come up with a verdict. After our deliberation back there and everything, we did come with a conclusion that we had a vote and we had a tie 2-2. So that leaves it as a termination upheld, I guess, by the police. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, but
Yes,
we
that
need
is
to,
correct.
could we please have the vote in public?
Yes.
Right, not the result, but I think the vote is supposed to happen in public. So
I
could we,
think also, Mr. Chairman, along those lines, is that besides you announcing and taking the actual vote in public where each person states that, you have to take a vote on each of the charges. You know, whether you found that she violated body worn camera policy or not, whether, I think you have to do each one of the rule violations that she said there. I believe in court, I think I got a case kicked back all the way to the commission to redo everything, and have another hearing when they didn't do that.
No, it's not. All right, we'll take a vote. Eric?
I agreed.
No, I'm saying, we're taking a vote. You agree?
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
With
okay.
what- yeah.
All right. Dennis? Yes.
Excuse me. My vote was that Byrd gets a job back.
Harold?
My vote was to reinstate the officer.
And my vote was agreeing on the termination. At this time, we are adjourning.